Our forecast calls for partly sunny skies for the rest of the day. We should see a high today of around 84, mostly clear skies tonight and overnight low in the mid-60s. Then a 40% chance for showers and thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon after 4 o'clock. Tomorrow's high near 86. At 3:08, mostly sunny, 81 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
What have we learned about Heidi?
But cockroaches were the least of her problems. Heidi had to fight for every opportunity.
You know, Heidi is, even though she's very kind of sweet and innocent,
Heidi wanted out of the slum, and her agent wasn't doing enough.
Oh my God, they moved Heidi right next to me now.
Although Heidi seems serene,
she's a bit naughty.
she uses an ancient folk remedy to help calm her down.
Heidi is back.
Well, happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you had a relaxing 3-day weekend. Heidi Glaus here with Bob Ramsey, Josh Gilbert, and we are going to jump right in at 3:30 with Mr. Greg Willard. Of course, he is a SLU law professor and also our KTRS legal analyst. And we'll talk about Governor Kehoe announcing a special session to discuss redistricting here in Missouri. And what does this actually mean? Is this all of the redistricting? I don't know about you guys, but it was in many of our conversations over the weekend. But is it just a tit for tat? And what does it all really mean? And is it a bit of a gamble? We will get Professor Willard's take on that. And hopefully, he always speaks so, I'm going to say, normal. He can break
down
things down and down to earth and not over all of our heads. So maybe we'll understand what's going on here.
Very intellectual, but he can bring people in. That's why he's a great professor. He can bring you into the conversation.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of leave the conversation feeling like you know more than you did when you started. We'll also check in with Mike Dubusky. He's our ABC tech guy. What's the deal with the Wizard of Oz at the Sphere? And I know so many people are wanting to get out there and see it for this crazy experience. So we'll get the latest on that. In the 4 o'clock, on Mondays, we usually talk to Ryan Kroll with St. Louis Magazine, but since we missed that, we're going to catch up on some of the top stories that St. Louis Magazine is covering, including that crazy story about the church that was, holding forced labor, managing a call centers. And apparently it's not just this one mansion, but this church owns a couple other houses. But we'll get that story with Ryan Kroll. We'll talk a little sports with KTRS Sports Director Britton Weezy, because whether you kind of believe in the preseason football polls or not, I will say the first weekend of college football did not disappoint. So we'll talk about that. We'll also check in with Royal Oaks, ABC's new legal analyst, on a judge ruling that the National Guard in Los Angeles, that deployment was illegal. So does it end there? What else does that mean? So
didn't we just hear right before we went on the air that Trump just came down and said Chicago's next?
He did. And right now, Governor Pritzker is in a press conference basically saying, what he plans to do. And we'll
I
keep you
thought-
posted
yeah.
on all of
I
that.
thought you were going to say he's in a huff, which he probably also is.
Probably.
That's coming up. And then you guys probably know Leah Holter. If you haven't been to Made by Leah in Florissant, Old Town, you probably saw her on the baking show, which she won. That was crazy. About, 10 years ago? Anyway, we're going to talk to her because she now has a baking forward cookbook, and she's going to be at St. Louis County Library Thursday night. And so we'll chat with her, kind of give you a preview and a little bit of her story. How did she start baking, and who did she learn the most from? We've got some entertainment news, and then we'll wrap this show up with some randoms.
Made by Leah is part of the Heidi Glaus Show book club, and
With St. Louis County
St.
Library.
Louis County Library. We'll have Kristen Sorth on the show tomorrow.
Oh.
She's going to come in and talk about, I think, back to school and kids reading and the programs that they have for
very
that.
good.
So.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. I had a great weekend. It was just, from the second we got off the air Friday, what a fantastic evening at the Lafayette Square Gateway Cup races. It was all about friends and family and quality time and food and wine, and it was just so much fun. What did you guys do?
We did more or less an impromptu trip to Fayetteville.
Oh, for football?
Yep, included several different things that were all really, really good. First of all, you and I think all of us like rehabbed and refurbished buildings and homes and businesses. Well, there's a terrific lake, Beaver Lake, near Rogers, Arkansas, which is north of Fayetteville. And overlooking it was an old school, drive-in, old school motel.
Oh, those are so, yes.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it was on the on one of the HG TV shows is how we were aware of it.
It had been rehabbed?
And they rehabbed it. It was really cool. Not glitzy, but just cool.
That is so funny. Last year, probably about this time, we were going to Michigan, and something happened with the RV that we couldn't. It was a mechanical issue.
Remember?
And we ended up, same thing, found a couple of old motels, and it was so cool. Like, you could sit out in the Adirondack chair outside the door, and it was just, they had some music playing over the speakers. I loved it.
And so we had a blast with that. We went to the Razorbacks football game. It was fun. We had great seats. Jen found they weren't seats.
Did you surprise your son, or you told him you were coming?
He knew we were coming.
Okay.
He knew we were coming. We had to fit, carve out some time in between parties and things. Girlfriends and parties and all that stuff.
Yeah. Occasionally
So
you
we
got to
did
see
that.
him.
And then, so we stayed in Rogers, the home of Charlie Spoonhour, by the way, former Billiken head coach. Anyway, we stayed there, and their downtown, 3 or 4 block area has undergone this renaissance.
I've heard great things about it, but never been.
It's unbelievable. Where the old train station was, that's all gone, but there's still kind of tracks running through there, just the rails, and it's a big area for people to congregate, and there's a stage, and it was just really cool. Anyway, we found this, I hesitate to call it a coffee shop because it's huge. It was really cool, called Onyx Coffee Lab, ONYX.
Oh,
And there are
experimenting.
several locations in northwest Arkansas. This is their headquarters in Rogers. It was spectacular.
Really?
Absolutely
the drinks, the
spectacular.
atmosphere, all of it.
All of the above.
Yeah.
All of the above. Oh, and the food. So we had a breakfast ham and cheese sandwich on like a croissant bread, but it wasn't a croissant. It was like croissant bread. I mean, everything was just fabulous. So if anybody's going to that area, whether it's for, University of Arkansas or business, because obviously tons of
or
business
just
there.
as far as that goes, just a road trip because that part of the country is beautiful.
It's beautiful, and Beaver Lake is a great resort lake. That feeds into Table Rock, that feeds into Taneycomo, that feeds into
they're
Bull
all
Shoals.
connected kind of in a way.
Somebody might correct me. I think that's all dammed up White River
Okay.
area. Somebody could correct me on that. But anyway, it was just a really spectacular
And,
weekend.
there's something about when it's not planned and just going with the flow, it's even more fun. And that's kind of what we did all weekend. We just kind of let the days unfold. We did go to the Gateway Cup on Sunday, which was on the hill. And I sent you guys the pros racing on Friday night, which
Yeah.
you really have to, it goes so fast. And there weren't too many accidents on Friday night in my neighborhood. Sunday, we were sitting at Carnivore having brunch, and it was a 7-man pileup. And you heard it before you saw it, and it was, I know at least one guy was carried off on a stretcher.
Oh, no.
So it was, yeah.
Was it one of these idiot fans that walked out into
No,
the course?
it was just a hairpin turn.
And all you got to do is touch another bike.
Yeah, and you're going.
You're going to go.
Yeah.
So about these motels, the classic motels, do they still have that one off of Watson down in?
You're not talking about the Coral Courts.
But do they still have something over there? I feel like they have something that's maybe
I
like
think they've taken Coral Courts out
Oh, that was been
completely.
gone a while,
Yeah,
yeah.
because they even one of the coolest exhibits was on Route 66 that the History Museum had, and they had a couple of the old keys, and
Okay.
they had a little piece of Coral Courts there, and what the rooms look like with the TV on the stand,
Yeah,
and
but-
all of that. But yeah, that's long gone.
And you might be right, Josh, because that for a period of time was Route 66 on Watson.
Yeah,
and so
there's-
there were motels there.
just, if you're coming from the city right before you get to the Orlando Gardens. My brother got married there, by the way.
Oh.
I feel like there's something there, but when we stayed out at Disneyland, there is an old castle-themed motel, just like what you guys are describing. I have to imagine it's basically touching Disney property, that they've updated it. But then down the street from my house out in St. Charles is a motel that doesn't look like it's been updated.
I don't think all of them have. And I think there has to be a reason for it to be updated. And I think you have to have, people
It's-
coming.
I mean, isn't that the epitome of, sort of sketchy? Is that motel where you enter from the outside and
I think it
It looks-
developed over time, but initially it's because
That was
people
the-
traveling on the
yeah.
road. That's
then
where you
start
stayed.
thinking about Norman Bates and his mother? Holy cow.
I'm not sure I ever go
I
that
do.
to that area.
I
Yeah.
go straight to that.
And obviously, you've not stayed in a place like we're
have not.
talking
I
about.
have
And
not.
you just have preconceived notions.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that looks
about
beautiful.
it.
And if they redo them
Yeah,
on the inside.
and that's exactly the way. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
They
so
just fix 'em.
cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bob is showing if you're watching
That's a
on
good
YouTube.
idea. Now we can kind of say this is
Yeah.
what we're talking
You're
about.
watching on YouTube or Facebook, you
I
just got
forget.
a glimpse. This weekend, we didn't do much. I always like to do something. We didn't do much, but it felt nice and long. I'll tell you what has been going on all weekend. Well, number one, we tried to go swimming twice, and it was too cold. It was in the 80s, but it was too cold.
Too cold.
The
We
wind.
did. We were swimming all weekend long.
If you
And
got out, it was
were you
freezing.
too cold?
I had the heater on.
then
And it
you
was
gotta get out. Gotta
fantastic.
get out at some point.
Yeah, you get out with a towel.
All right, so Finn is doing this now. And I keep trying to correct him. I keep saying, no. We don't do that. He keeps saying, hey, Josh, look
To
at
you?
this. Yes. Hey, Josh, how do you do this? Hey, Josh, I'm hungry. And my wife is laughing, which I think is egging him on.
Well,
and
we
I say,
laughed. So
Yeah.
I say, no. Now, hang on. We call me Daddy. Call me Daddy, please. So at some point, I'm going to have to
I think there's
put
a
the hammer down.
phase. Because I know that my niece and nephew occasionally did that. And now my, senior in high school niece will occasionally call my sister Ray. That's her middle name is Ray.
Ray.
That's kind of funny.
And so it's, but I think you just kind of go through phases with that.
I'm, when he says it and we're in the other room, I look at my wife and we both kind of chuckle and then, it's Daddy. Call me Daddy. But that's where we are right now.
that's funny.
It's pretty cute.
Yeah, it's
But-
always. And does he giggle when he does it? Like he knows he's getting away with something
I
or
think
not
so.
really?
Yes, he has on a couple occasions. We went to Lowe's or Home Depot or one of the places because he wants one of these gigantic monsters for the front yard.
Oh,
These
skeleton or monster?
$400 whatever. But as soon as we walk in, he jumps in my arm and starts
They're scary.
crying. Yeah,
Really?
You asked to come here. You wanted to see. We were watching the videos at home. Let's go get one.
Different when it's right there in front of you and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
that big.
Oh my gosh! Actual physical tears were coming down his face.
Well,
Right.
that's the
So-
way I feel with anything haunted. No, thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
So thankfully, I don't think I'll be dropping $400
On that,
on a skeleton that sings "I Love Halloween"
yeah.
to the tune of "I Love Rock and Roll."
Somebody said they were invited to a B-Day party years ago, Coral Court, in a couple rooms. I borrowed one of their pillowcases.
Borrowed.
Borrowed. And somebody's saying, I agree that they have 5 grandchildren and they all went through kind of that phase calling you by a first name, which is
Hey, Josh.
cute.
I was like,
Yeah.
"Ooh."
And they also, somebody said maybe there's a duplex still there, Coral Courts.
I'm on Google Maps right now, and I'm driving down Watson Road.
Okay.
So when I get to it,
You'll let us know.
Well, I know that because they tore them down and put homes in there.
Right.
Now, did they save something
yeah.
as a
Of the
kind of
entrance, maybe?
maybe.
Yeah, that's what
But-
I was thinking too. Kind of those old rocks. What do we?
Yeah.
I think we used to
No.
call it like a giraffe pattern with some of those.
yeah.
Yeah. That's that Ozark stone.
Yeah.
All right, I'm here. It's on Watson. It's a low 2-story apartment
The
complex.
place you were trying to
Yeah.
find.
Yes, but it looks like
Well, there was a style.
drive-in.
You
It
can go to
was.
some small towns I know, and almost every other house is built in that stone.
Well, when I was a kid and we'd go on driving trips on Route 66, the cool place to stay was a Holiday Inn, a national chain, but
Yeah,
no hallways.
absolutely.
I saw somebody on Twitter, I think, say, "What's the difference between a hotel and a motel?" Hallways.
That's right. And an
Yeah,
inside,
hallways.
sometimes an inside door
Yeah.
as well, you know, when you're doing that. But
Carl, the intern. He still goes by Carl, the intern.
yeah, I think he always
I
will.
call him Daddy, interestingly enough.
He just did Route 66. He was off on Thursday and Friday. I had to wake up early and do the farm show at 5 a.m. But
How far did he?
they flew out to L.A. I think his daughter was out there doing an internship. She goes to school in Chicago. They drove back and they started at the Santa Monica Pier.
Yeah.
And drove all the way to Chicago?
I said, why not go to Chicago? He says, we're going next weekend.
Nice.
To finish it up.
That's
to
awesome.
finish it up and
Yeah.
take his daughter back to school. But I said, Carl, can't you cheat and just leave from LAX or whatever? He said, no.
No
we
cheating.
have to start it at the pier.
I
Carl's the best.
agree.
Well,
Yep.
I did some Route 66 this weekend. So I was all ready to come on the show today, driving to Fayetteville Saturday, ready to come on and say, oh, all the fear mongering by the national news media with traffic, it's a bunch of baloney. On the way to Fayetteville on Saturday,
Was it
middle of the day,
crazy?
it was nothing. It was the best it's been since COVID. It was easy. And I go, oh, I'm going to rip them a
Yeah.
new one. Coming back, oh, doctor.
They got it right.
They got it right. So just barely east of St. James, we got off the highway. It was practically a parking lot. It was moving along okay, to be honest, but it was
Yeah,
really
tough.
So we went Route 66 from, I think it's,
44 is rough a lot.
it can be.
Yeah.
And drove it through Cuba and all the way to Sullivan.
Yeah.
And then got back on so we did a little Route 66 ourselves, Josh.
I will say that's one of the many things that we love about being in the RV is sometimes when we do take that, smaller highway that now there are so many kind of go-arounds, if you will, and it is just a piece of nostalgia, and you see kind of the town you grew up in, and they're all so similar
Kind
in
of
the
a
way
discovery
they're
trip.
laid out, but so much fun.
All right, I don't know. I can't show this on the video, but Bob, look at this. Look at when I zoom in on this. This is
Well, Bob might be able to take his iPad over there. Can he do that?
8208 Old Route 66. It's Watson.
Right.
Doesn't this look like an old
Yeah.
motor court? Is that what they called them back in the day?
Motor court,
Mm-hmm.
something you might see on the roadside between Tucson and Tucumcari.
Well, there you go. What's that town in that Eagles song? Winslow,
Arizona.
Arizona.
Somebody said the Museum of Transportation has an actual room and garage of the Coral Courts on display. I
Do you
didn't
rent
know
that by the hour like they did then?
I don't know.
I just This is a question. I don't know.
Just
Careful.
wondering for a friend is what you're supposed to say right there. Well, you guys know what we have coming up, and it's going to be hopefully an entertaining show, an informational show, and hopefully a show that you will be a part of here on the Big 550 KTRS St. Louis.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
A weekend at home or a weekend RVing? Staring at your neighbor's security lights or counting stars? Watching the Travel Channel or sitting around the campfire with friends? Break away. Get out of town in an RV from Byerly in Eureka.
For the rest of your life, you gotta be there. Byerly RV.
Julie Buck here for the Only Facial. If you want great skin, and I mean, who doesn't, then pop into the Only Facial and get a facial. They've got so many steps to this process, and it's one price, $125. No tipping, no upsells, no product sales, just a fabulous facial, including microderm abrasion and dermaplaning, and of course, therapeutic massage, just to name a few of the things that will happen during your facial at the Only Facial, with locations all over St. Louis. Also in Overland Park, Kansas, too. So if you're in the KC area, you'll know that you can just go to the Only Facial and get that same facial that you know and love, that you get in Frontenac, that you get in Clayton, that you get in Columbia, Missouri, Sunset Hills, all over town. Look for it. They're pink. You can't miss them, and it's fabulous. It's called The Only Facial, and you can find out more online and book now, too, at theonlyfacial.com. Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
You know, over the years, Lordo's has become part of the family for many, many St. Louis families. For 80 years, they've been helping St. Louis families with all of the jewelry needs, whether it's the diamond ring, a diamond ring, maybe something for St. Patrick's Day, something for an anniversary, Valentine's Day. Throughout the years and throughout the calendar, it's Lordo's as your go-to. Whether it's men or women, you want to repurpose something or buy something new, Lordo's Diamonds in the heart of Ladue on Clayton Road. You see, it's a family business. The family's been running it for years, and they learned it from their father, who learned it from their father. And so that family jeweler is where generations of St. Louisans go. Grandparents have gone there. Your grandkids will go there. Right there in Ladue on Clayton Road, across the street from a Norman Rockwell-esque firehouse, is Lordo's Diamonds. Go in, make a friend, and make them your family jeweler, because you can thank me later. 314-432-8008 or online, lordosdiamonds.com.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset. Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardy contractor and Pella Window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a Banner Day.
The Frank and Jill Show.
Hi, it's Jill Farmer on the next Frank and Jill Show. Sarah Fensky from St. Louis Magazine on some hot topics in town you're going to want to hear about. Plus, Joe Young, they call him Mighty Joe Young, wrapping up his 40-year career in television news.
Samano and Jill Farmer, weekdays 10 to noon, right here on KTRS, the talk of St. Louis. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS. Meet me.
It's 3:32. Let's get a check of traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky. How's traffic looking?
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We've got a warm day Wednesday before a needed chance for some rain and then a cool down by Thursday. So Wednesday will start off at 63 in the morning, 85 in the afternoon, mostly sunny to start, partly cloudy in the afternoon, and by the early evening and through the evening, showers and a few thunderstorms are possible. So a chance of rain for your Wednesday evening plans. Even a few showers linger a little past midnight, but dry by Thursday morning. Thursday's cooler, mostly sunny, a low 58 and a high of 75. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Governor Kehoe announced a special session to discuss redistricting in Missouri, making the Show Me State one of a handful of states now following a path originally taken by Texas earlier. What does it all mean? We invited our KTRS legal analyst and SLU constitutional law professor, Mr. Greg Willard, back to the studio to discuss, and it is always good to see you.
Afternoon. Great to be with you, Heidi, and Bob and Josh.
Did you have a nice 3-day weekend?
I did. My little 2-year-old granddaughter, her mommy and other siblings were visiting the other grandparents, so baby stayed behind and had a lot of grandpa time.
Oh, that's the best.
Is she calling you Greg by name? Because Finn's calling me Josh. And I don't know what to do.
I'm Grandpa. I'm Grandpa, and we went over to visit my wife Annie, and she. The baby refers to Annie as Ganny.
Oh, I love it.
I like that.
So they had a good time together.
That's
so good
great.
weekend, Heidi.
All right, I love hearing that. Can we just start with the basics? What is gerrymandering?
Gerrymandering goes back to the late 1700s in America, and it is this notion that legislative districts are drawn in such a way to favor one group and disfavor another. So we've had it now for almost 250 plus years. What it involves is, if our listener could just think for a moment about a state that has 8 legislative seats.
Mm-hmm.
Could we be talking about Missouri?
Coincidence.
And what has happened with gerrymandering for years and years, but it's gotten very sophisticated, Heidi, in 2025, is it's called packing and cracking. And these supercomputers will analyze voter data from that state. And what they will do is then they will create maps where they pack the minority party into 1 or 2 districts, and then they crack it in other areas of the state to make sure that it's diluted enough so that in the other 6 districts, the majority party prevails. What you end up with then is you could have a state that 55% of the residents are Democrat and 45% are Republican, and you end up with a congressional delegation because of packing and cracking, where it may be 3-1, 3 Democrats for every 1 Republican. Let me just put a marker down right now for our listeners. I am a full-service critic of gerrymandering. It is a scourge. It is an evil on our democracy and a pox on both parties. We're going to talk about Missouri in a moment, and I don't want our listeners to say, "Oh, well, he's just this this left-wing raving liberal busting on the Republicans in Missouri." Well, no, I can switch my ire across the river and talk about the already gerrymandered districts in Illinois. We can go look in California. We can look in New York.
Every single
what
state.
What just happened recently in Texas, it's going on everywhere. It is a scourge.
Ugh. If we just went to the popular vote, does all this go away?
Sadly, it does not, because we're talking about congressional districts, Heidi, and the United States Constitution, from its founding, right there in Article 1, says that each state gets a proportionate number of representatives.
Mm-hmm.
In order to decide that, the states have to be divided up into districts. The time, manner, and place, the U.S. Constitution says, is left up to the states. So I guess in theory we could say, there's a state that could say, well, we have 5 representatives in Congress. We're going to have a statewide election, and the top 5 vote getters will go to Washington. I think you get a lot of blowback on that, Heidi, because if there's, say, a couple of urban areas and a substantial rural area in that state, look out in terms of representation. In contrast, if you divide it up, as we historically have done in America, into congressional districts, the idea would be that you would sort of get a tapestry, a mosaic of representation in Congress of that state. What gerrymandering has done is nuked that. And it's not a tapestry of the people of a particular state. Rather, what gerrymandering does is it just harebrained conflagration of these crazily drawn districts to favor one party or another. It's happening across the country, and we're about to see it up close and personal in Missouri.
Have we abused gerrymandering, or this is what it was meant to do back in 17 whatever?
Gerrymandering itself, Heidi, is an abuse beyond measure of a democracy. What has happened in modern times is this. We can go back, say, into the early 1900s, maybe in the third quarter of the 1900s. And people who wear green eye shades to work would try to figure out gerrymandering. Well, suddenly we had an Apple II computer, and then we had an Apple II GS, and then an IBM, and now we've got these super duper hooper computers, and they can gerrymander with precision that would shock any of our listeners who would look at these models. So we've always had it. It got a little worse in the 20th century, but now what we're seeing is a scourge that is so horrible and so debilitating to our democracy, there are no words.
So everyone talks about, the election was rigged. This is rigging elections, in my opinion.
Oh, sure. It most certainly is. I think you have put your finger right smack on it. This is rigging elections. Let me give you a sports analogy. There are 20 college basketball players that get to participate in the championship game of the Final Four. And the coach of one team gets to pick what 10 players are going to play on his team.
Yeah.
Right.
And what 10 will be on the other team. Well, what Governor Kehoe has done is he's called a special session. We all know what's coming. We have right now 6 Republican congressional districts by the currently gerrymandered map, and we have 2 Democratic. What they're going to do, our state legislature, is they are going to crack Congressman Emanuel Cleaver's district
in Kansas City.
And they're going to crack that district, cracking and packing. They'll crack his district, and they'll take the pieces of that map, and they'll sprinkle them across outstate Missouri and connect them with Republican districts that even with the cracked Cleaver district, there will still be enough to elect Republicans, leaving 7 Republican districts, and Congressman Wesley Bell is the last Democrat.
I remember listening to the news a couple of years ago where didn't we just do this? Didn't we just redistrict or because there was the conversation of doing a 7-1 map?
We did. And that is if we jump on our time machine and travel back to the late 1780s and the United States Constitution coming into effect, at the core was a decennial, every 10-year census. That serves a lot of purposes, but one of the cornerstone purposes was to decide how many representatives in Congress a state is entitled to have based upon that year's census. So in 2020, we had a census. And some states lost some representatives. Some states down in the Sun Belt picked up a few. But we did this. We have seen this movie before about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. What is a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs is these states are saying, oh, well, we kind of liked what we did based on the census, and shoving out the Republicans in Illinois or shoving out the Democrat representatives in Missouri, we're going to do it again.
Based on what? Because we've talked about
raw political power.
But gerrymandering used to be something that was done with a wink and a nod and an elbow in a back room. Now they're doing it on TV cameras.
Sure.
And
proudly.
Right there on the floor.
Right, because the sort of the dirty, dark secret has now been laid bare. And you're right, Josh, but it's out there for everybody to see. And part of the reason is it's the two-word phrase that has taken over American politics today. Yeah, but. And voters in one state could say, well, this is just horrible what they're talking about doing in our state. And the political party who is trying to pull that off, their response is, yeah, but look what the other party is doing across the border. What we're seeing then is this yeah, but is being used by both parties, Josh, to justify this evil, this scourge of gerrymandering. There's a flicker for the opponents in Missouri, at least. I'm not going to the betting window and buying a win place or a show ticket on their prospects. But again, the U.S. Constitution says we leave it up to the states to determine time, manner, and place of congressional elections and districting. The Missouri Constitution very specifically says after the 10-year sentence, the decennial census, the General Assembly in Jefferson City is to set the congressional districts. Does that mean that's it? Or does it mean that whatever party's in power can get multiple bites at the apple before the next decennial census? The proponents of what Governor Keogh and the Republicans are trying to do in Missouri, the proponents of that would say, aha, Article 3 of the Missouri Constitution does not say we cannot do a mid-decade redistricting. So it doesn't say we can't. It just says we have to do it after, and therefore we can do it again. And Governor Keogh obviously subscribes to that because he's called the good folks of the General Assembly back into session.
Is there a gamble here? Are there risks?
There is an enormous risk, and I'm glad you brought that up. And there is enormous risk based on the old saying, Heidi, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. Is there anybody on the planet with more than 2 brain cells between their ears who doesn't realize that in these states where the Republicans are gerrymandering and those states where the Democrats are gerrymandering, when the shoe is on the other foot and the majority parties in those states are changed, they are going to do the same thing to the currently majority party. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
But that's talking about devolving our politics down to, well, we're in power now, we get to do whatever we want.
That is kind of where we are right now, isn't it?
Well, that's right.
It's not how it's supposed to be.
Well,
will the courts step in?
No.
We've heard in other states the courts have stepped and said, this map is unfair, you've got to redraw it.
Generally not. There's 2 exceptions to that. Let's sort of set the stage. The United States Supreme Court has said for political gerrymanders, which is what we're talking about in Missouri, that is not a role for the federal courts. So we will not, to answer your question in part, Josh, we will not see the federal courts getting involved on a political gerrymander. It may be that in some states, the state courts will get involved because they will say, well, New York legislature, you went too far under our state constitution. That's why I say a moment ago, under Article 3 of the Missouri Constitution, I think that's going to be a big leap for the opponents of what Governor Parson and the Republicans are trying to do, to say that that is unconstitutional under the Missouri statute. Now, one great big lawyer hedge. Here we go. And the lawyer hedge is, I've very carefully used the phrase political gerrymander, as distinguished from a racial gerrymander. The history of gerrymandering in America is ugly. And we are seeing right now in 2025 it at its ugliest as to a political gerrymander. But there is a wide swath of our history where the ugliness was writ large with racial gerrymandering, and districts would be constructed to make absolutely certain that black citizens in those states had zero representation in the Congress. None of what we're talking about today there's a suggestion as to racial gerrymandering, notwithstanding the fact that Congressman Cleaver is black, one of 2 black representatives. I think that would even be a more difficult case to win at this point. I haven't heard anyone suggest that the motivation here is to crack Emanuel Cleaver's district because of the color of his skin. Rather, they are going to crack his district because the initial after his name is D, not R. And that's the guidepost.
There is just so much to know, and it's why we are so grateful to you, Mr. Greg Willard, to kind of break it all down in kind of a common sense way, and we really do appreciate it.
Well, it's always great to be with you, and that's probably the highest compliment for me, because I'm just, as you know, Heidi, I'm just a country boy, and if I can bring those roots to the KTRS airwaves, check the box today, I'm a happy country boy.
What classes do we have this fall?
We are getting ready for our 3rd week of my course at SLU Law School, Constitutional Law, Presidential Power. Needless to say, Bob, we are not at a loss for material.
That's exactly right.
It's you've heard me use the phrase before from the movie Jaws, Chief Brody, we're going to need a bigger boat. And with the material I have for my Presidential Power course, we're going to need a bigger boat. We got plenty of material.
Well, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's about 8 minutes before 4 o'clock. Captain Paul, what are you seeing on the roads?
Hi, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. Summer temps sure put our air conditioners to the test. A few years ago, before I knew about Premier Heating and Cooling, our air conditioner was on its last legs. We decided to push the envelope and try to limp through another St. Louis summer before replacing it. We went away on vacation and came back to discover our air conditioning unit had gone on the fritz while we were gone, and we ended up with all kinds of trouble, including warped wood floors. That delay in replacing our worn-out unit was an expensive mistake. If you're limping through and you know it's time for a replacement unit, our friends at Premier Heating and Cooling can take care of you and even work with you on financing. Or if you haven't taken the time to really get your air conditioner checked out and make sure it's operating at peak efficiency, which will really help on your bills and help with the life of your air conditioning unit, Premier Heating and Cooling is the place to go. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net. 636-916-1122.
Hi, it's JJ from Spectrum Eyeglass Repair, the nation's leader in eyeglass repair. Is there a broken pair of sunglasses you thought were doomed to stay in the glove box? Are your glasses taped together, glued together? Bring them to Spectrum. We'll fix them. Spectrum Eyeglass Repair carries a large selection of pre-made clip-ons, cases, and accessories. We can custom make clip-ons to fit your frames. You'll like our service, and you'll love our prices. Almost as much as you'll love our song. We're in Crestwood on Watson Road, and on the web at SpectrumEyeglassRepair.com. Now let's hear that groovy song one more time. Sing along with me.
Spectrum Eyeglass Repair.
Hi, I'm Mike Robinson with Robank Properties, and I want your fixer-upper home. It's crazy to spend a ton of money fixing it up when I will pay you top dollar right now. I don't even care what condition it's in. Your trash is my treasure. No inspections, no contingencies, just cold, hard cash. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867. That's Mike Robinson, 314-283-0867, or at robangproperties.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, over the weekend, the Sphere in Las Vegas showed its first screenings of The Wizard of Oz, but this is a lot different than the way you've seen it. Mike Dubusky, ABC News technology reporter, joins us with that. This looks like the hottest ticket, and there's just everybody that I've talked to said, I think I have to see this. What is it that is making this so crazy?
Well, it's as you said, pretty different version of the Wizard of Oz than we've ever really seen before. The Sphere in Las Vegas is, for one, a pretty unique venue. It is this big sphere. It looks like a giant basketball that's been dropped in Las Vegas, opened in 2023, and it has about 4 football fields worth of 16K LED screens plastering the inside of it. So it has this sort of 360 effect where the screen stretches up and over the audience and around and kind of behind them as well. Well, back in the 1930s, the Wizard of Oz creators weren't really thinking about that. So the creators of this new Wizard of Oz had to modify the movie, basically stretch it over this much bigger new screen, and they're using artificial intelligence to help with that. In fact, they've contracted out with Google's artificial intelligence team to do this. Couple different technologies in play here. For one, one, just making this movie bigger is naturally going to corrupt the image quality a little bit. It's the same principle as when you really zoom in on an iPhone photo, for example. It kind of starts to get muddy. Well, same principle applies when you blow a movie up to this degree. So they're using AI to sharpen and make clearer a lot of these images, which are now much bigger. This is a process that Google calls super resolution. There's also outpainting, which is where, when you're watching a normal movie, it's a rectangle, right? Well, in the Sphere, you kind of lose that framing in a pretty big way. So they're using AI to basically generate parts of the frame that you wouldn't see before. So if you're just looking at a shot of Dorothy's head and shoulders, now they have to generate her body and sometimes the ruby slippers as
Interesting.
well. This is where we start to verge into the controversial territory, guys, because they're now also creating characters that did not have performances and giving them performances. So, for example, early on in the movie, the camera pans, right? It cuts Uncle Henry out of the frame because it's just not focused on him. Well, because there's this much wider field of view at the Sphere, Uncle Henry doesn't disappear off the screen, so the creative team basically had to come up with something for him to do. They used AI to do what they called performance generation. In promotional videos, the creators say they went back to the original script and the director's notes to inform what that performance was going to look like. But guys, as you can imagine, 2 years on from the strikes in Hollywood of the writers and the actors, this is ruffling some feathers because this is in large part what led to the strikes, the creeping influence of AI and the potential for it to replicate and replace human performances.
I'm wondering how this is going to affect just the way we see movies. I mean, will we want it to be surrounding us like this Wizard of Oz spectacle?
It's a really good question, and it's not just a movie when you go see The Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. This is also a 4D show, so there's, wind effects that blow through the theater when the tornado comes, for instance. And they even have propped flying monkeys that come down and swoop over the audience.
Oh, just when you thought they weren't scary enough?
Just when it absolutely would have terrified 10-year-old me.
Yes,
But
me too.
even still, those technologies have already kind of come to other theaters around the country. 4DX screenings are becoming increasingly popular where, wind effects happen, water effects happen, your seat moves around based on what's happening on the screen. They're really trying to compete with traditional Las Vegas shows here. So, they're trying to, make that ticket price worth it. Those ticket prices, by the way, $109 to start, and they go all the way up to $350. So not your average trip at the movies, though, guys, I will say a pretty far cry from my 2009 eighth grade rendition of The Wizard of Oz, in which I played the Tin Man. So doesn't hold a candle to that, but even still, they're making an interesting argument.
I was a munchkin.
Oh.
There you go.
Second grade.
There you go.
Something for everybody. Mike Dubusky, ABC News technology reporter. Thank you.
Of course, guys. Take care.
It's Julie Buck here to tell you that the patio is open at Bishop's Post right next to Chesterfield Mall. Get your reservations in now and go to Bishop's Post. You will love it. Tell them Julie Buck sent you, bishopspost.com.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
Is it definite? Will it happen? After threatening for days to send National Guard troops to Chicago, calling crime out of control, in past hours at the White House, President Trump.
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in.
This despite annual FBI crime stats ranking U.S. cities, putting Chicago nowhere near the top for violent crime. At a news conference in Chicago, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
First, I want to address the president's unhinged remarks a few minutes ago, begging me to call him. No, I will not call the president, asking him to send troops to Chicago. I've made that clear already.
The governor says there's no emergency in the city and that the Trump administration is not coordinating anything with city officials. Earlier today, a federal judge ruled that the Trump administration's deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles violated a century-old law, Posse Comitatus, designed to prevent creation of a national police force with the president as chief. The judge orders the military to stop police activities by next Friday. Defying President Trump, Congressman Thomas Massey, Kentucky Republican, filing a measure to force a vote ordering the Justice Department to publicly release the Jeffrey Epstein files. The congressman needs to get 218 lawmakers to sign and support. Today, victims of Epstein met in Washington with members of Congress, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, who says the investigation continues.
No stone unturned. I mean, that's the commitment, and it's bipartisan. And I'm heartened that members of Congress are willing to work together on that.
A federal appeals court upholding the EPA's decision to terminate $16 billion in Green New Deal grants. 2 Trump-appointed judges said the case was brought in the wrong court. After an appeals court struck down his authority to, by himself, impose tariffs, President Trump today says he'll be asking the Supreme Court for a quick decision on it. You're listening to ABC News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
83 degrees at 4:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. Missouri's special session is scheduled to start tomorrow. Meanwhile, hundreds of people gathered in Shaw Park in Clayton yesterday to protest the state's redistricting plan. This is in response to Governor Kehoe calling on a special session to consider redrawing the state's congressional districts.
This is about clarity for voters and ownership of our future. And with the Missouri First map, we can deliver.
Critics argue that the changes are politically motivated. Representative Lakeisha Bosley is criticizing the special session. The Democratic lawmaker says midterm redistricting would dilute black representation and disfranchise black voters. She also said that Kehoe risks being remembered as a, quote, Trump flunky. As another school year kicks off in Missouri, traffic fatalities in the state are down for the 3rd consecutive year. So far this year, 577 people were killed in Missouri crashes compared to 589 for the same period last year. MoDOT is encouraging drivers to keep this trend going by following 4 steps: buckle up, phone down, slow down, and drive sober. You can find more about Missouri's highway safety plan online at SaveMoLives.com. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway after a man was struck and killed while crossing a highway in St. Charles. Police say it happened last night when the man was crossing 364 and was hit by a passing motorist. He was pronounced dead at the scene. St. Louis continues to see its lowest homicide rate in over a decade.
St. Louis city officials say there were 90 homicides through the end of August. That's compared with 109 at this point in 2024 and 2023. It's the lowest number of homicides in St. Louis during this time period since 2014. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
And the National Park Service has announced it will not illuminate the Gateway Arch at night throughout the month of September to protect birds migrating south for the winter. According to the National Park Service, 40% of the nation's migratory waterfowl use the Mississippi River corridor during their spring and fall migrations. This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. You can place your order anytime at WKF.com. The Galleria is commenting about the closure of Nordstrom's at the mall, which had its last day on August 27th after being open since 2011. Now they say the space will be occupied by Dick's House of Sport, which will offer activities such as rock climbing and golf simulators. And now a look at the markets brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow down 249 points at 45,295. NASDAQ down 175 at 21,279, and the S&P 500 down 44 at 6,415. Now let's check in with Paul for KTRS Sports and Traffic. We're looking for partly sunny skies for the rest of the day, mostly clear tonight with an overnight low in the mid-60s. A 40% chance for showers or thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon after 4 o'clock. Tomorrow's high near 86. At 4:07, mostly sunny, 83 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
The ultimate vacation awaits you as Brentwood Travel brings you the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th from 2 to 7 p.m. at the Lodge du Père. Take in breathtaking scenery, relax and unwind on an ultimate river cruise, whether it be domestic or abroad. Enjoy expert presentations from cruise line representatives from AMA Waterways, Talk, Avalon Waterways, Uniworld Boutique River Cruises, and Viking, with one-on-one consultations, exclusive deals and prizes for attendees, flexible schedule so you attend only presentations that interest you, and complimentary refreshments. Discover your perfect river cruise adventure with Brentwood Travel and the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th at the Lodge du Père, 1050 du Père Road. For presentation schedule to RSVP and more information, call 314-439-5700. That's 314-439-5700, or log on to brentwoodtravel.com. The ultimate vacation awaits you. RSVP today.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proud to sponsor the return of the border war between Mizzou and KU this Saturday.
To the house in Missouri.
The rivalry returns after 19 years. Don't miss all the action live here on the Big 550.
Pre-game at 12:30, kickoff at 2:30.
And KTRS has full coverage all week on the Big Sports Show with KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey and the Press Box with Frank Cusimano.
Missouri delivers a counterpunch on the fake.
This is why the Big 550 is live, local, and the home for everything Mizzou. Proudly powered by Royal Banks of Missouri.
Let's go Mizzou.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Tuesday afternoon, September 2nd. Viral dirty soda shop plans first St. Louis area location. A trendy dirty soda chain plans to open its first location in the St. Louis area. Swig is a Utah-based drive-through soda shop that gained popularity, as things now do. Their drinks went viral on TikTok. Plans to open a location in St. Peter's, according to its website. Now, the website said the location is coming soon, and no further details were immediately available when the location might open. But a rep for Swig said the chain did not have more information to share at this point. But this will be the first kind of Swig in this area.
So you drive through and get a soda?
Yeah, but it's the dirty sodas are all these kind of crazy mixtures. The shop is planned on the outlot of 587 Mid-Rivers Mall Drive, which is part of the St. Peter's Square Shopping Center, anchored by a Schnucks and a Pet Supply. So it's all these kind of interesting combinations that apparently the kids are going crazy for.
Oh, these kids.
Uh-huh.
But isn't Sonic already doing this? And if I'm not mistaken, we might be in the middle of a Sonic happy hour right now. Go get your cherry limeades.
I do think they do some of these, but this is going to be the focus. It's a non-alcoholic, customized beverage made by spiking a soft drink with various additions, flavored syrups, fruit purees, maybe cream, and half, and a fruit garnish. So it's supposed to be kind of this fun, popular thing now that are popping up all over the country that originated in Utah.
And aren't they saying that Krispy Kremes are struggling because people want to eat healthier? How is a place that only serves soda?
Dirty sodas.
Soda nonetheless. Going to make it?
I don't know.
I mean, do you guys drink soda? I try not to.
I don't think we're
as much as possible.
I don't think we're the target audience.
No. Wacky kids.
Yeah.
The soda shop is back, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, well.
All things that go away do return, don't they?
Well, Speaking of something that we might not be up for,
Okay.
tons of overripe tomatoes became projectiles in Spain's Tomatina food fight.
Oh, that would just be
For
Tomato
dirty.
Festival.
Forgive
right?
my pronunciation, Buñol, Spain, España. Thousands of people from around the world seeking a uniquely messy thrill spent one wild hour flinging bushels of overripe tomatoes at each other during Spain's Tomatina celebration last week. The mother of all food fights packed a central street in the eastern town of Buñol, made it look deep red as the revelers squished, smashed, and hurled 120 tons of overripe fruit.
Can you imagine cleaning that up?
Well, after 1 hour, a cannon goes off, and everybody has to quit throwing tomatoes, and then they spend the rest of the time cleaning it up. Everybody's covered in red gush. 80th anniversary of the festival that started in 1945 as a local food fight little thing for children, and it's just gotten huge,
Out of control.
Out of control every year. If you're worried about the waste, the organizers say that tomatoes are grown specifically for this event, and they're not edible anyway, so they're not wasting real food. They would not be consumable for humans.
Why would you grow inedible tomato? What the heck's an inedible tomato? Still, I would much rather do this than the bull thing.
Oh,
Running with the
no
bulls.
way.
Maybe you ought to combine them. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, give the bulls some tomatoes. And see them slipping around out there.
Would you go to a lot of festivals and things? Would you, Heidi?
Nope. No.
Joshy?
I
Too
would
dirty.
Go to this.
You would go to this.
And I think, obviously you would think, oh, I'll wear red. No, I think you're supposed to wear all white.
Oh, yeah.
And it turns everything red.
Yeah.
They say the only thing some people will wear goggles and earplugs to keep all the gunk
out of their ears.
I would, because that could burn a little bit. I mean, a tomato can be a little acidic-y.
The only real rule they have is you have to squish the tomato before you throw it, so it doesn't hurt.
Oh, well, at least there's some rules.
Yeah.
How do you throw it then after
Just
that?
a big sloppy mess.
Yeah.
Just soften it up. All right, well, speaking of Europe, let's stay there. The Frankfurt flights to Germany.
I saw this.
Well, we first reported a couple weeks ago that they were cutting it out for the whole month of February. From February 1st to the 28th, no flights to Frankfurt from Lambert. But here's the news today. They're going to increase it from 3 times a week to 5 times a week all next summer.
Which is fantastic.
Starting June 1st and until October 20th, flights will run Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday all summer long. So we've had the airport on before. They have said that this nonstop European service, which is the first that we've had since 2003.
When TWA went down, right?
Well, when American Airlines discontinued its route to London, I think by 2003, TWA is already gone.
That's right.
It was our first nonstop to Europe international flight coming out of Lambert, and they say that the strength of this flight really shows how strong the airport actually is. 94% load factors on every airplane that flies over to Frankfurt. That's good.
I wonder why Frankfurt. You think of London's Madrid.
Isn't there something?
Paris.
Isn't there one of our big companies that's like their headquarters and they're going back and
Bayer.
forth? Yeah, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has to do with Bayer, and if Rick Steves has ever taught me anything, it's that Frankfurt is the New York of Germany. It is the financial center of Germany.
And there's also a ton of connections there. I know when we've gone to other places, the connecting flight was in Frankfurt as well.
Gotcha.
So there's a couple of reasons there, I think.
Interesting.
Good news for the airport and
international travel.
Lufthansa says that if they can just get their Boeing 787 Dreamliners, they'll have more flights as well.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll tell you, I mentioned we went to the races on the hill on Sunday, the Gateway Cup, and after those were over, we went to a friend's house to watch the Indiana Fever game, and we were taking Marcia's sister and girlfriend with us, and as soon as we walked into the house, they were just in amazement because of the Murphy bed kind of in their foyer room. of course, St. Louis Closet Company was behind that Murphy bed. Nobody even knows what it is because on both sides you have some shelving so you can kind of put a, picture or maybe a couple of little knickknacks if you want to. And then it almost looks like you're opening up a TV cabinet. But no, it's a bed. St. Louis Closet Company can do so many things. Of course, we had our closet redone, and I'm still in amazement every single time I walk in. I'm like, how did we not do this sooner? So we're going to have to get the pantry redone next because St. Louis Closet Company does closets, Murphy beds, pantries, laundry rooms. When it comes to home organization, they've got you covered. And I thought I was organized. I had no idea what St. Louis Closet Company could help me with. I mean, it is a small business owned by a woman here in St. Louis. It doesn't get any better than that. You can call St. Louis Closet Company at 314-781-9000. You can stop by their beautiful showroom, which is on Big Bend, or go online and just see some of the beautiful pictures. stlouisclosetco.com. Coming up, we'll go over a couple of headlines in the St. Louis Magazine, including the church that was caught holding forced labor call centers. What are the call centers for? We'll tell you after this break.
Electricity is very important because if you don't have electricity, you're sitting in the dark in more ways than one. And when the lights go out for one last time, maybe, just maybe, you want a whole home generator. Well, that's where Michael Baldy comes in because Michael Baldy can do that. He's putting in a whole home generator for a friend of mine on the Hill. Whether you live on the Hill or a brand new home, at some point you're going to need some electrical help, and that's where Michael Baldy comes in. He's been an electrician since 1996, and he has a full team of electricians who will help you every single step of the way, whether it's a whole home generator, maybe some extra plugs for the Christmas lights, maybe it's something in the basement, something in the attic, maybe the garage, doesn't matter. Whether it's an old Victorian home or a brand new commercial building, indoor or out, Michael Baldy, the electrician, has got to be on your phone. Put him on your speed dial, 314-968-9999, 314-968-9999. You can thank me later. Michael Baldy, BaldyElectric.com.
Flashback to 1985 when the hair was big, the colors were bright, and the Cards were the National League champs. Don't miss 80s night at Busch Stadium on Friday, September 5th. With a special themed ticket, fans will take home a throwback 1985 National League champs crew neck sweatshirt. Plus, jam out to your favorite 80s hits at a pregame concert by Decade of Decadence. Get your tickets now at cardinals.com/theme.
This is Willie McGee, St. Louis Cardinals for the loop.
Hola amigos, this is Polo Asensio, Spanish broadcaster for your Cardenales, inviting you to Fiesta Cardenales presented by State Farm on September 7th. With a theme ticket, fans will take home a lightweight Cardenales hooded pullover. Don't miss a special heritage celebration in Budweiser Terrace before the game. A portion of each ticket sold will benefit the Hispanic Education, Cultural, and Scholarship Foundation. For tickets or details, visit cardinals.com/fiesta.
So you call your virtual insurance company to ask a simple question about your policy, but now you're on hold listening to this music while you wait and wait. Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and pick up the phone when you call, because you shouldn't be on hold so long that you memorize the music. That's simple human sense.
Ask First Mid Insurance in St. Peters if auto owners make sense for you.
Ott Law works tirelessly to advocate for the rights of the people they serve in the areas of personal injury, trust and estate law, labor and employment law, and business law. Ott Law represents clients from all walks of life and uses cutting-edge technology, litigation savvy, and a dedicated strategic vision to get winning results on tough cases. And Ott Law proudly supports the St. Louis Men's Group Against Cancer. Call Ott Law at 314-293-3756. Online at ott.law. The choice of a lawyer is an important one and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Our students are getting unique opportunities that you just would not get elsewhere.
It does give us a lot of options to do things, room to move around and be free and hone in on the you and how that makes your creativity. I came in here not knowing a single thing about how dance can turn into singing and acting and how that can branch out into other things.
Confluence Academies and the Grand Center Arts Academy. Discover your pathway at confluenceacademy.org.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
We pride ourselves here on being live and local, and Ryan Kroll with St. Louis Magazine helps us fulfill that promise by breaking down some of the big stories. Welcome back.
Hey, Heidi, good to be here. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. Did you have a nice 3-day weekend?
Oh, yeah, it was great. We really made the most of it. How about you?
Same. It always goes too fast, but it did feel like we got some time in, so that was good. You know, one of the most read stories last week was about the 2 leaders of an alleged cult operating call centers from a mansion here in St. Louis. Tell us more about this crazy story.
Yeah, this is a wild one. So I guess just to back up a little bit, like way back in 2022, I remember I got an unusual tip of someone telling me I should look into who currently owns this mansion in Wildwood that Nellie used to own. So I looked up the owner, and it said Kingdom of God Global Church, which is sort of an unusual, name for an organization to own a mansion in Wildwood. So they actually owned quite a few properties in Chesterfield, in West County and Wildwood, those areas. I started talking to some neighbors of these properties, and they said it is so weird. There's clearly more than just one family living here. There's pallets of water being dropped off. There's an inordinate amount of trash being generated. We look in, and sometimes we see rows and rows of computers. And flash forward 3 years, and these 2 folks get indicted. And what was happening was that they were basically coercing, followers of their church to work hellacious hours at call centers, cold calling people and trying to get donations for the Kingdom of God Global Church. So this was in St. Louis, Florida, Michigan, and a few other places. But I think about half of the properties were here in the area.
So is there any sort of demographic or consistent situation how these people get caught up in these things? Are they people I don't know. I mean, I'm grasping at straws how this could occur.
You really wonder that, and I don't have a good answer for you, but it is it's the right question because reading through this indictment that just dropped on these 2 people last week. I mean, it's just to me, at least from an outsider, it's like these people were clearly being taken advantage of. I mean, they had these just outrageous quotas that they had to meet that were basically impossible to meet as far as bringing money into the organization. And if they didn't meet them, they had food withheld. They were deprived of sleep. I mean, it just sort of seems on its face just clearly abusive. But yet, in some cases, folks were, staying with this organization for up to a decade.
Oh, my gosh. Is there an actual church? And tell us more about these 2 leaders.
Sure. Yeah. There is, as far as I can tell, there is some sort of church that's actually in Michigan, and that's where this case is being brought in Michigan for that reason. But obviously, they had these sort of satellite operations all over. The main guy, the number one defendant in this case is a guy named David E. Taylor. And local folks might know if you're looking, if you're at Lambert and I think it's if you're at Terminal 1, I want to say. I could be wrong. But if you look across the highway, there's a big billboard with David E. Taylor's face on it. There's a bunch of he's kind of walking amongst a bunch of empty wheelchairs and crutches and that sort of thing. He has this claim that he's healed these people.
Oh,
so there's a good chance that folks have seen this guy's, a figure on this billboard. But anyway, he for years was running this thing called a 24/7 dream interpretation line, which was encouraging people to call in and have their quote-unquote dreams interpreted for a fee, of course. And that was also what folks in these call centers were being forced to do, is interpret, someone's dreams for money, allegedly or purportedly sort of inspired by this guy, David E. Taylor. And he's claimed to raise the dead, all this other stuff that doesn't quite pass the smell test, especially from someone asking you for money.
So
and
are
especially for someone being raised from the dead. That might not smell good.
That's a very good point. So are they now in custody, or what is next for these two?
Yeah, so I just talked. That's a great question. So the two of them are in custody. One was arrested in the Carolinas, the other in Florida. And as far as I know, they are going to make their way back to Michigan, and that's where this is all going to play out. So I don't know if they'll be held in custody for the duration of the trial. I think that's a very good chance. But yeah, they are headed to Michigan, is my understanding.
And I read that this is the guy that tried to buy Jamestown Mall before they decided to finally just tear the thing down. Are they charged with kidnapping, or is this more of a financial crime?
Yeah, well, it's a both-and situation. Yeah, they are charged with operating a forced labor conspiracy. So I don't think kidnapping specifically is the charge, but it certainly sounds a lot like kidnapping. And then, there's a money laundering charge. And if I remember correctly, I think they're also charged with tax evasion. And I can't help but wonder, it's going to be maybe a little bit difficult. If someone's brainwashed, it kind of gets really complicated, maybe whether or not they're there willingly, that sort of thing. But I suspect that tax evasion is going to be pretty black and white, whether or not they're guilty of that.
Ryan, I always think it's funny with these financial crimes. They get you for the illegal stuff, and then they get you for not paying taxes on the illegal stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of, that's how they got Al Capone, is my understanding.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a tried and true tactic.
If you're going to run booze, you better be paying your taxes on it.
yeah, exactly. Let that be a lesson to us all.
Ryan, one of the other stories that caught our attention was about St. Louisans who have started over.
Yeah. So this was an interesting thing my colleague Sarah Fensky and I wanted to do. I'm sure you guys can identify with this as well. You sort of write about these people, report on these folks who are in the news, quite a bit sometimes for, months, weeks, even years. And then some folks just kind of fade away. I mean, they don't go away, but they're just in the news less all of a sudden, or they're not in the news at all. So we thought we would kind of check back in and see what some people like Steve Stegner, the former St. Louis County executive, Faisal Khan, who was the health department head in St. Louis County, all these people who kind of met scandal of one form or another, and then just sort of faded from the headlines. We just wanted to check in and see what they were up to these days. And in some cases, they were kind of doing exactly what you'd expect them to do. In other cases, it was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I know one of them was Kim Gardner. What did you find out about her?
Yeah, well, the thing about her that I found out was that she is still kind of hard to pin down. I talked to I'm pretty confident she's no longer in the St. Louis area, but I talked to even an attorney who has an ongoing lawsuit against her, and he said he wasn't even sure where she is. So that kind of remains like an enduring mystery. And obviously the big thing with her was that she was a full-time nursing student at SLU, while her office was going down in flames. And I couldn't even find out if she completed that, nursing degree or not. That's kind of what I really wanted to know. I mean, wouldn't that just be the sort of cherry on the top if she didn't actually get this degree that she was all her time?
Isn't that so weird that she was moonlighting in another, 40-hour-a-week profession? I still don't get that one. What's Steve Stanger doing? Is he still in jail?
No, he's out of jail. He's actually spotted, from what I understand, he's spotted around Clayton quite a bit. He sort of identifies himself, his current career, as a private investor. And he seems to be, judging by his sort of public-facing social media accounts, he seems to be doing pretty well for himself. But yeah, he's still a presence kind of around town. The rumor has it that there's this Twitter account that's at Insight for STL, which is often kind of taking shots at the current county executive. The rumor around the St. Louis County government headquarters was that Stegner might have a role in that Twitter account too.
So interesting. Ryan, what else are you working on?
Well, I'm chasing down a story about Sheriff Alfred Montgomery. I don't want to say too much about it just because I don't have it totally buttoned up yet, but that as far as people who kind of are in the news a lot, he certainly checks that box. So I'm hoping to have a story out about his office here later this week. And not to I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but I think there could be another cult story in the works as well.
Okay. We just piqued all of our interest. Ryan Kroll, always so great to chat with you, and you can follow Ryan's reports online at stlmag.com. Thank you.
Hey, great chatting with you guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Hi, I'm Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group, and the author of the #1 best-selling book on taxes, Keep What's Yours. Let us show you how tax-smart investment strategies can protect your wealth. Give us a call at 636-394-5524, or you can visit us on the web at capitaladvisorygrp.com.
Keep What's Yours, Saturday afternoons at 3.
4:33, Captain Paul, how are the roads? Got to tell you, I was walking around the neighborhood once again, bike races, looking at some of the beautiful doors. Did you guys happen to notice the front doors in Lafayette Square? And
Yes.
how they just really do make a statement. And you can do that exact same thing when you work with Dalco Home Remodeling. They custom make doors, and they do it here in Missouri. Now, you hear some of those old kind of things. I don't do windows, or I don't do toilets. Well, Dalco Home Remodeling does do windows, and they do energy-saving vinyl replacement windows. So if you're looking to kind of replace the old windows, redo an old door, look no further than Dalco Home Remodeling, because what I love about them is they haven't forgotten that customer service is a thing and should be a thing. So they handle every single project with care and intention. And it could be that front door, it could be a sliding door, or beautiful French doors that can either go out to a patio, or maybe you open up your dining room to your living area with French doors. But Dalco can also do roofs. They can do siding, and they'll even remodel an entire bath. So call Dalco Home Remodeling, 314-648-8113, and schedule an appointment, or go to DalcoHomeRemodeling.com to learn more. The slogan has always been, if you buy somewhere else and find out how much you could have saved at Dalco, you'll blow your stack. So make Dalco Home Remodeling your first phone call, 314-648-8113.
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We've got a warm day Wednesday before a needed chance for some rain, and then a cool down by Thursday. So Wednesday will start off at 63 in the morning, 85 in the afternoon, mostly sunny to start, partly cloudy in the afternoon, and by the early evening and through the evening, showers and a few thunderstorms are possible, so a chance of rain for your Wednesday evening plans. Even a few showers linger a little past midnight, but dry by Thursday morning. Thursday's cooler, mostly sunny, a low 58 and a high of 75. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Electricity is very important, because if you don't have electricity, you're sitting in the dark in more ways than one. And when the lights go out for one last time, maybe, just maybe, you want a whole home generator. Well, that's where Michael Baldy comes in, because Michael Baldy can do that. He's putting in a whole home generator for a friend of mine on the hill. Whether you live on the hill or a brand new home, at some point you're going to need some electrical help, and that's where Michael Baldy comes in. He's been an electrician since 1996, and he has a full team of electricians who will help you every single step of the way, whether it's a whole home generator, maybe some extra plugs for the Christmas lights, maybe it's something in the basement, something in the attic, maybe the garage. Doesn't matter. Whether it's an old Victorian home or a brand new commercial building, indoor or out, Michael Baldy, the electrician, has got to be on your phone. Put him on your speed dial, 314-968-9999, 314-968-9999. You can thank me later. Michael Baldy, BaldyElectric.com.
Whether you're on your way to see the Tigers or coming back home from the game, be sure to plan a side trip to Overstock Outlet, the best random store around where new inventory from the major big box stores arrives daily. You never know what great deals you'll find, and it's right on your way. 2 locations, in Lake St. Louis at Highway N and Lake St. Louis Boulevard, and in Warrenton at Highway 47 and Highway M. Open every day from 10 until 5. Find them on Facebook at Overstock Outlet Lake St. Louis, or check out their weekly online auctions at OverstockOutletAuctions.com. Let's go Tigers!
It's Julie Buck here for AAA Travel. Let's talk about their featured vacations. Exclusive AAA Travel curated trips that offer unique travel opportunities, value, experiences that are not usually available off the shelf with other travel agencies or providers. One of the many featured vacation experiences offer a unique side of Italy on a guided tour featuring the treasures of Rome and stunning beauty of the Amalfi Coast. One-of-a-kind experiences with amazing savings. You're going to love this. For more, go to AAA.com/featured vacation.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset. Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a Banner Day.
For over 50 years, Massa's has been a local, family-owned restaurant known for delicious Italian food the whole family can enjoy. Visit Massa's St. Charles for daily lunch specials and bottomless mimosas during Sunday brunch. And remember, now's the time to book the new banquet room for your holiday party. Call 636-925-2961 or visit massasofcourse.com and click on St. Charles for more information. And now's the time to book your holiday party in the new banquet room. It's Massas, of course.
At Midland, we know sometimes all it takes is a moment for an idea to spark, or to make it happen, a moment to find your dream, or build one, a moment to start your forever, or at least start planning for it. Whatever moments you have, Midland is here for them and can help you make them. Midland, brighter together. Visit us at midlandsb.com. Midland States Bank is member FDIC.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
College football lived up to the hype this weekend. KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey is here to break it all down. Lots of upsets if you give the preseason polls any weight.
Right. I think probably the most shocking would have to be Alabama losing at Florida State. Certainly the way they lost. A Kalen DeBoer-led offense, who's a real offensive mind, coming over from Washington a couple of years ago. Last year's Alabama team obviously sprung some leaks as well, but I don't know. I think reality probably starting to set in for Crimson Tide fans that life after Nick Saban is one that's not just an automatic slam dunk. You're sort of like everybody else in the sport, and it's going to take some time. I mean, I think this Alabama team is really good, but Florida State may be a little better than we thought. Of course, last night we saw Bill Belichick in his much ballyhooed return to coaching.
And not much to see.
It's funny. Take a look at some of the reaction shortly after that first drive where North Carolina, they march it right down the field. They take a quick lead. I think some people are starting to jump to a few conclusions. And that was about the lone highlight. Rammers Horned Frogs looked pretty doggone good after that, and it was a runaway in Bill Belichick. I mean, this is not an immediate commentary on what his tenure is going to be there. He has got a completely different roster.
They were saying 70 players.
Some players. with transfers and freshmen and whatnot. So that is a huge overhaul. It doesn't happen overnight, but the way they got beat, I mean, like a drum. I think TCU is a good team. I don't know if they're the caliber of team that's going to hang near 50 on you on the road. So that's might be a different kind of season than some people thought. Maybe this immediate fix-up by Bill Belichick, it might take some time.
Yeah, interesting. Mizzou's kicker out for the season. Horn out indefinitely.
Yeah, Horn's out for a while, but Blake Craig is done for the year with a torn ACL, so that means you hand over the kicking duty to a true freshman who looked fine kicking the PATs. And last year, Blake Craig was in a similar situation replacing Harrison Mevis. So it's something that obviously you're going to have to adjust to as the coach. How do you call certain situations? How do you call field goals maybe versus going for it when you're a little deeper in the opposing territory and like a 4th and 2 or 3? So maybe some different calls, because I think Craig really established himself at the end of last year and at the start of this year, which was very briefly on Thursday, as someone they could really count on kicking the football.
Do we get any more specific info on Horn's knee injury?
No.
Okay.
And it's just, it's not, for the moment, it's not season ending, but it's serious enough to where he's not going to be around in the foreseeable future. So that means you dial up another true freshman in Matt Zollers to be your backup QB behind Bo Pribula. And if we take what we saw last week at face value, Bo got popped a lot by a Central Arkansas defense that plays in the FCS. So now Kansas this weekend, the SEC in weeks to come, like he's going to be going up against bigger, faster dudes. So I'm a little bit concerned about his health moving forward.
Yeah, there's a couple of things, and they might both be true. And that would be, was it because he didn't get the right amount of protection, or did he put himself out on a limb with his decision-making?
Right, and I think, and Drink talked about this today at his press conference. He's, at least publicly, he's saying he's not going to tell Bo Pribula to play any differently than he would. Which
so he's getting out there on his own.
Yeah, it's kind of his deal. Would they love him to maybe slide instead of taking a defender on?
Right.
Yes. Would you like to maybe go out of bounds after a 10-yard gain instead of trying to stretch it to a 14 or 15-yard gain? Yes. But he's an electric runner, as he showed, both on the ground and as we talked about last week. I think he impressed with his arm a lot more than a lot of us gave him credit for. He made all the throws. Now, again, how do you make those throws against elevated competition? We have to wait and see. But the early test of Bo Pribula, an easy A. I mean, he was fantastic.
I got to say, as a Mizzou lifer, we've been blessed with kickers. And, you know, I'll be very optimistic about our kicking over the past 25 years. We've had a lot of good ones.
A lot of good ones, yes. The one that sticks out to me is the miss against South Carolina in 2013, and forgive me.
And the one against Auburn, where we ended up losing the game.
I've been the same
just
kicker.
a couple of years ago. Alabama losing. South Carolina struggling against Virginia Tech. Who? Do you think that the SEC and our schedule is softer after week 1?
I don't think so. Alabama will have figured some things out, I believe, by the time they come to Columbia. South Carolina, I mean, Virginia Tech's not a bad football program. And here's something I will say about the entire weekend of football that we saw. And it's something to think about as we get ready for the NFL, because we saw this last year in the pros also. The defense has caught back up to the offense across all levels of football.
Great point.
Go back in like 5-7 years ago. Take a look at the passing leaders in the NFL and in college football. You had all these guys throwing for over 5,000 yards. I mean, multiple guys. Like the 4th and 5th place guy was throwing for 5,000 yards. Same for college. Take a look at Joe Burrow's season for LSU in 2019. It was, if you weren't scoring 40 per game, forget it. You're not going to win. But things have come back to the middle here.
and the defense is, at least this past weekend, ruled the day. And that's not to say we're not going to have some high-scoring teams, some high-scoring games, but I think we're back to the best teams are those teams that can dominate the line of scrimmage on defense. And that if you don't have a D, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of good defenses in college football right now, and I think they've got the edge. I mean, look at that LSU-Clemson game from Saturday night. Those are two tremendous quarterbacks in Nussmeier and Klubnik, and they both looked pretty pedestrian at times. And those were, again, potential Heisman Trophy candidates down the road.
And we haven't even talked about Arch Manning yet.
And Arch looked, at times pretty terrible.
Yeah.
And the numbers back it up, where he was throwing as inaccurately as you possibly could. And it was mind-boggling. Now, he had a couple of real nice drives late. But, yeah, that's the guy that's projected to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft next spring.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's got work to do.
So interesting. Anything worth discussing with the Cardinals?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you were there front and center, Heidi, to a little ball talk that Rammer and I had off the cuff this afternoon in your office. So I don't know if we have time to do that today. They are, they're not great. There's a lot of big picture things we could talk about. They play a really interesting athletics team again tonight. As Rammer and I mentioned off the air, like that team. That team in green coming through St. Louis, they've got some bats and some bats in a lineup that you'd like to see the Cardinals tap into because, this I wanted to call them Oakland. They're not Oakland anymore, and they're playing their ball in Sacramento at the moment. They'll be in Las Vegas here in a few years, but they've got a team that can really hit the ball. Their pitching has probably leaves something to be desired, but yeah, that's the Cardinals in a nutshell too. The Cardinals have been dreadful with their starting pitching since the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dreadful. And Miles Michaelis is one of the lead offenders. He gets the ball tonight. Every now and then he finds a solid outing. Right.
Yeah, that doesn't do it, does it?
And we said that months ago, and that's his MO. His really nice spring flipped around on fast. We don't need to relitigate that, but. Yeah, it's tough times down there in old Birdland for the Cardinals.
Yeah. It was almost like watching Coco Gauff lose to Naomi Osaka yesterday. It was one of the fastest matches, and your heart kind of hurt for it, but it was over before it started.
How long did that go?
Not even. I mean, it felt like maybe an hour and a half.
Wow.
I mean, it was really.
That's fast for.
Yeah,
that's really fast
it was
for tennis.
fast. What's on tap tonight?
We've got Tiger Talk at 7. Mike Kelly and Coach Drink in Columbia, and then we've got Soccer in the Lou. We'll talk some City SC. I mean, thank goodness we've got Mizzou and like SLU soccer, both the men and women
doing
off to
well.
fast starts. Thank goodness we've got those teams because whether it's the Cardinals or City SC soccer,
it's hard.
Tough sledding for those teams.
Well, we'll be listening tonight.
Thanks, Heidi.
Thanks, Brendan.
Scott, can you believe it's already been more than a decade since the Queen of Carpets sold flooring to St. Louis area contractors?
I know, but I don't have to be a king to offer contractors today's lowest prices.
Yes, contractors owe it to their customers and themselves to shop at Best Buy Flooring for the largest in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile.
Plus 3 convenient locations, North County, South County, and Metro East.
Open 7 days a week.
Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy. Best Buy Flooring.
Looking for a new kitchen or bathroom? Call me, Anne Marie Bogus, the co-host of the Inside Out Show, and owner and designer of Anne Marie Design Studio. Visit our website at annemariestudio.com. We can help you make your dream space a reality. We're a fine kitchen and bath boutique located in Wildwood. Our showroom phone number is 636-821-3395. And again, our website is annemariestudio.com. Let's turn your kitchen or bath into the dream reality with Anne Marie Design Studio.
Hey Illinois, this is Ben Barnett, board certified master arborist and owner at Timberline Professional Tree Care. Sorry St. Louis, this message is for our friends in the Metro East. Did you know that most Missouri-based tree contractors can't legally travel into Illinois? This is due to federal motor carrier regulations that require large trucks and their drivers to be registered with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration in order to travel across state lines. Almost all other tree services in Missouri fail to meet the requirements for safety, drug and alcohol testing, and equipment maintenance that are required for interstate travel. Here at Timberline, we meet and exceed all of these requirements and will be glad to travel across the river to meet all of your tree care needs. Call us today at 636-479-7475 for tree fertilization, pruning, insect and disease treatment, or complete removal. Or visit our website at stltreecare.com. That's stltreecare.com for service in the Metro East area.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proud to sponsor the return of the border war between Mizzou and KU this Saturday.
To the house in Missouri.
The rivalry returns after 19 years. Don't miss all the action live here on the Big 550.
Pre-game at 12:30, kickoff at 2:30.
And KTRS has full coverage all week on the Big Sports Show with KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey and the Press Box with Frank Cusimano.
Missouri delivers a counterpunch on the fake punch.
This is why the Big 550 is live, local, and the home for everything Mizzou. Proudly powered by Royal Banks of Missouri.
Let's go Mizzou.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show
With Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey.
on the Big 550, KTRS.
7 minutes before 5. Captain Paul, are the roads still looking pretty good? A federal judge has ruled the use of federal troops in L.A. is unlawful. Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst, joins us to discuss. So what does that mean comparatively to what now has gone on in Washington and then possibly in Chicago?
Yeah, that's a great question because people are wondering, gee, are we going to be federalizing troops and doing the cops' jobs all over the country? And the answer is no. Donald Trump actually did pretty well on this very dispute in June. If you feel like you've seen this movie before, the same judge who ruled against Trump today saying, no, you got to use cops, you can't use soldiers, he ruled against Trump in June, but it was overturned by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And so now this judge is back at it. He's had a 3-day trial to flesh out all the details. But the bottom line is just because Donald Trump may win this fight in California, it does not mean that he has a solid basis for example, saying, Chicago just can't control its crime, so I'm going to send in federal troops. There are statutory bars to that, and so it's not necessarily going to happen.
Royal, the thing in L.A., I thought they used as an excuse protecting federal property, and did they maybe expand that a little bit? Does it protecting that federal property, is that any kind of a loophole for the administration?
Yeah, exactly right. It is. So one of Trump's justifications in June in California was, look, we have ICE folks doing their job. We have protests where the ICE employees' lives are in danger. Rocks and bottles are hitting federal properties, the federal building in West Los Angeles. So that's a justification to use the federal government to protect federal stuff and people. But to the extent the violence spread and there were riot conditions, that also was cited by the administration as a basis to come in. Because if there's a rebellion or an invasion, then you get to come in with federal troops.
And if he wanted to federalize, police departments, that has to be signed off by Congress, right?
Yeah, exactly right. The Congress has to go along with it. If there is an emergency, then there is broad executive power. And that's actually one of the reasons Trump won in June before the Ninth Circuit in California, because they said that the chief executive has a lot of power to deal with emergencies, with crises, there are riot situations, rebellions, but just day in and day out policing, you can't really base that. You can't justify using federal troops to solve problems that local law enforcement should tackle.
Got it. So I guess we will just wait and see what happens if he sends troops to Chicago.
Exactly right. But, from Trump's standpoint, it may be win-win. If the courts rule against him, he gets to turn to the voters and say, well, I tried to save you. You got to have, elections have consequences. Vote Republican, get some tough judges in there. So either way, Trump may be coming out a winner.
Great point. Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst in L.A. Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Thanks.
Repairing chimneys, walkways, porches, foundations, entire homes, anything to do with brick or stone, you need a tuck pointer you can trust, and that, of course, is Morelli. Morelli is a family-run business started in 1991, and they're only as good as their last customer. That's why when you check out the reviews online at MorelliTuckPointing.com, you'll notice that they're actual customers who are singing the praises of Morelli. So if you need a tuck pointer, you need Morelli. 314-645-1387 or MorelliTuckPointing.com.
Missouri has one of the best state park systems in the country, as well as beautiful community parks throughout the state. Now, our state is on track to have some of the most nutritious and delicious park foods. Through the MU Extension Eat Smart in Parks program, visitors can get healthy foods and beverage choices to boost their health and energy while out enjoying the great outdoors. Park visitors, look for healthy choices at park concession stands. Park managers, learn how to offer this tasty option to your visitors at muext.us/Eat Smart in Parks.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
The Stiefel Charity Classic presented by Compliance Solutions is back in the Lou September 4th through the 7th. That is this week. And music sensation OAR is now headlining a community concert on Friday after play. Want to go? Text OAR to us and be the 5th person. And you and 3 of your friends are going to watch a little golf and see OAR. So text us on the Woods Basement Systems text line 84126 OAR. And the 5th person is going to watch some golf and go see a show on us. All right, quitting time for so many. We've got more to get to, including talking to new author Leah Holter. She's Made by Leah Bakery. Now she's got a new cookbook.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. President Trump sounds definite.
President Trump today said that the surge of federal law enforcement and deployment of National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. will be a template for what he intends to do in other U.S. cities. Asked if he's made a decision about a similar operation in Chicago.
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has pushed back strongly, saying there's no emergency in Chicago that would warrant the president sending in National Guard troops.
Sifting fact from fiction has been increasingly difficult because Donald Trump's administration is not working in coordination with the city of Chicago.
It comes as a federal judge today ruled that the Trump administration's use of federal troops in Los Angeles to conduct law enforcement operations is unlawful. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Illinois governor says he expects armed federal agents from Immigration, Border Patrol, or Homeland Security will come to Chicago in coming days. Defying President Trump, Congressman Thomas Massie, Kentucky Republican, filing a measure to force a vote ordering the Justice Department to publicly release the Jeffrey Epstein files. 218 other lawmakers have to sign on. Victims of Epstein met in Washington with members of Congress, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, who says the investigation continues.
This is full participation of the administration and the White House. The president has the same desire, so long as we're protecting the innocent victims.
Also at the victims' meeting, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, Massachusetts Democrat.
We want to center the victims and the survivors, not shield the powerful, the wealthy, and the well-connected.
Federal Appeals Court upholding the EPA's decision to terminate $16 billion in new Green Deal grants. 2 Trump-appointed judges said the case was brought in the wrong court. After an appeals court days ago struck down his authority to impose tariffs, President Trump today.
We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow, because we need an early decision.
You're listening to ABC News.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
82 degrees at 5:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. A new Illinois law will provide care for retired police dogs. Metro East State Senator Erica Harris sponsored House Bill 3140, creating the Care for Retired Police Dogs grant program, which provides up to $1,500 each year to reimburse adoptive families for veterinary expenses. To qualify, a canine must have served at least 5 years or 3 years if injured in the line of duty. The program will be funded fully by sales of Illinois' new canine memorial license plates at no cost to taxpayers if at least 2,000 plate requests are received by January 2028. St. Louis County begins demolition today of derelict properties in North County as part of its neighbor stabilization program.
Today marks the official beginning of an $11 million demolition project to clear more than 200 problem properties in North County. The first demolition is happening in the Castle Point neighborhood, which has been plagued with vacant and abandoned properties for years. Spanish Lake and Glasgow Village are also included in the project. The funding for the program comes from the American Rescue Plan. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
2 people were injured following a boating accident at Truman Lake. The Missouri State Highway Patrol is reporting that 2 boats collided yesterday morning, sending a 64-year-old man to a hospital with serious injuries. And a man is dead after drowning in the Lake of the Ozarks over the holiday weekend. Emergency crews were called to Public Beach No. 2 on Saturday night after a 19-year-old Illinois man went into the water and never resurfaced. The victim's body was recovered early Sunday morning. And the region's first food truck plaza is expanding.
9 Mile Garden in Afton cost $4.5 million to build when it debuted in July of 2020. Now the group that owns it, Seneca Commercial Real Estate, wants to expand, but this time they want to expand indoors. The plan is to move and update the existing indoor bar area called the Canteen by taking over the retail space next door. The expansion will also allow some current outdoor events to move inside. 9 Mile Food Truck Plaza rotates 30 different food trucks with live music on Friday nights, movies on Saturdays, and they're kid-friendly and pet-friendly. 9 Mile Food Truck Plaza is located in Afton at 9375 Gravois Road. Sobe Bay, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. You can place your order anytime at WKF.com. Starbucks is building a new location along Interstates 55 and 70 in Illinois, in addition to 2 new stores that it already opened this summer on the Missouri side of the St. Louis region. A $2.6 million Starbucks development is under construction on previously vacant farmland in Troy. And time now for a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement, Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. In the markets at close, the Dow down 249 points at 45,295, NASDAQ down 175 at 21,279, and the S&P 500 down 44 at 6,415. Time for KTRS Sports and Traffic, so let's send it to Paul. Our forecast calls for mostly clear skies tonight, an overnight low in the mid-60s. We have a 40% chance for showers or thunderstorms tomorrow after 4 p.m. Tomorrow's high near 86. At 5:08, sunny, 82 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Before you put your home on the market, before you have to pay money fixing it up to sell it, before you have to pay real estate commissions, call me. I'm Mike Robinson with Robank Properties, and I will buy your home. Any property, any condition, anywhere, and always as is. Call me, Mike Robinson with Robank Properties at 314-283-0867. That's 314-283-0867. You have nothing to lose when you call Robank Properties at 314-283-0867.
School's back in session, and if your kids still need something for back to school, then you should get to Macy's now. Come in and find everything on your list, like Active from Nike and Jordan, denim from Levi's and Good American, plus complete looks from Abercrombie Kids too. Even furniture and mattresses at our lowest prices of the season, just for your college student who still needs something for their room. It's all in one place, all at great prices, and it's all here now at Macy's.
Country Club Car Wash is the best car wash in town. How do I know? I have an unlimited monthly pass to Country Club Car Wash, and it's fantastic. They're touchless, and you get free vacuums at select locations. Each and every day on the morning show, we will be giving away one free Country Club Car Wash to the text of the day. And each week, we'll be giving away a grand prize, 1 month of free Country Club Car Washes to the text of the week. We'll see you on the show, and we'll see you at Country Club Car Wash, cccwstl.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show
With Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey.
on the Big 550 KTRS. Now it's time for the KTRS Book Club.
It's called reading. Top to bottom, left to right. Group words together as a sentence.
Powered each week by the St. Louis County Library.
On the Big 550
Well, you see, I spell them like they sound, you know.
KTRS.
Made by Leah Craft Bakery has been a fan favorite since it opened in Old Town Florissant in 2020. And now Leah Holter is sharing some of her recipes in a new bakery-forward cookbook. It is so great to have you with us. Congratulations on the new book.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be on the air.
So you have a wide variety of from-scratch pastries and treats. Who originally hooked you on baking?
So I grew up in with a big Italian family. So my great-grandma, my Mima, my mom, and all my sisters, we always loved to bake Italian Christmas cookies around the holidays. So that's really where I fell in love with baking since I was just a really little kid.
Dare I ask if you have now passed them up and you are the best baker in the family?
Whoa.
Well, I did win the Next Great Baker national TV show. So.
Yes. I was going to ask you what that experience was like because it seems like the most intense show on TV.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it was really intense. We would film like 15 to 20 hours a day, and they would barely feed us, I think, just to, keep the momentum going. And it was just super fun and grueling, and I learned a lot of my grit and my confidence. It boosted my confidence a lot as a baker, and it was just really fun and eliminated teams each week and just ended up bringing home the win. So it was really awesome.
What was the hardest challenge for you?
Probably the finale was like the hardest just because, you're under a lot of stress and you're already exhausted and you're just we were in Vegas, like making a huge cake in the Venetian Hotel with like a crowd watching us. So just a lot of pressure and a lot of stress for that. So, and then making like hundreds of my lemon meringue tarts and just a lot of, it was just so intense. So that was probably the hardest part was just wowing the judges and, ultimately like trying to fight to win.
Yeah.
And how often do you drop that Next Great Baker title at the Cookie Bake Off every Christmas?
You know what? I haven't dropped it in a while. I'm like, that was 10 years ago. So it seems like forever ago, but I have so many people who still follow me from the very beginning, and they're like, oh, I watched you on Next Great Baker, and they come to the bakery or they ordered my cookbook, and it's just really cool to know that people have been along on my journey since the very beginning. And so it's very humbling.
Well, it is fantastic. And of course, winning something like that, it gave you so many options. You could have stayed in Vegas. You could have gone to New York and worked for the Cake Boss. You chose to stay here in your hometown. Tell us about that decision.
Yeah, it was a hard decision. It definitely tempted me to move to Vegas. I was 20-something years old, and I was like, heck yeah, I'll go to Vegas, But then after I did some, I had a boyfriend at the time who then proposed, and now we've been married for 10 years. But he kind of was my push to stay in St. Louis, and then all my family's here, and I'm huge on family, and I'd rather be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. And I kind of wanted to create my own brand rather than working for the Cake Boss and, establishing his brand. I wanted to kind of create my own and dig my roots somewhere where they dig deep rather than somewhere where nobody even knew who I was. So, it's been a huge blessing to just have my bakery in Old Town Florissant, just right down the road from my home, and it's all I can walk there in 60 seconds or less, and my kids go to school down the street, so it's just all I just live right in this little heart of Old Town. It's great.
And cooking is kind of like the family business as well, and that's got to make it kind of everything. You put it all together: private life and business life, all those things.
Yep. It's just I'm a mom, and I'm a business owner and an entrepreneur and a wife, and wearing all these hats, an author now. So it's just I'm so excited, and I'm super blessed to have all those responsibilities. And even though it's hard, especially with 3 little kids, I've got a 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and an almost 1-year-old. So it's definitely a challenge, but it takes a village, and my community is amazing. So
we're talking to Leah Holter, winner of the Next Great Baker, now author. Tell us about the cookbook and what kind of things we'll find inside it.
Yeah, so I try to make approachable recipes, so recipes that people will open the book and be like, oh, I can do that, but they still look amazing and taste amazing too, but they're simple. I have a lot of staples from the bakery, so anything you come into the shop and you get our cherry strudel or our jumbo chocolate chip cookie or our blueberry scone, those will be in the book. I've got some yeast-based recipes like breads and rolls using Fleischmann's yeast, and it's the best yeast in the business for sure. And so those are just, some more recipes that aren't super sweet. There's still some savory involved. I've got a focaccia pizza that's great for the family to make together. And then also recipes that stem back from my childhood, like from my great-great-grandpa, and just a lot of family recipes that my kids each have their muffin in there.
Oh, fun.
It's a great book that I think is versatile, and I think families would love it to make, and it looks great on the cookbook shelf, or if you want to dig into it, I just want them to be I want this book to be shared, and I love being in the kitchen surrounded by family and friends, and I think, bringing people back together to make things from scratch is just really my goal. So.
We've been up to see you quite a few times. You've made a lot of news over the past 10 years. But when you think of cute little bake shops and coffee shops, you think of Clayton, Webster, Kirkwood. How important was it for you to make Made by Leah one of the cutest little bake shops out there in your hometown in Florissant?
Yeah. Well, I think I opened during COVID, so right in the August of 2020, right in the heart of it. And, but my community needed it. It was just like a light that we were searching for. And I feel like opening in my hometown, I just had so much support. And I feel like if I would have opened somewhere that nobody really knew who I was or didn't follow me on Next Great Baker every week at the watch parties or this or that, I don't think I would be surviving 5 years of business so successfully, So having that, stability and support behind me in Old Town Florissant was just so crucial to me having the business that I have today. And even though everybody's like, you survived COVID, I'm like, it honestly was, in a weird way, it worked out great because when I was supposed to open in March of 2020, my husband said I could afford one employee and myself to work it, and I would have gotten eaten alive. So having that extra time to push back my opening, I was able to develop a team and launch a Kickstarter and just get the whole community rallying behind me. And we opened the doors with a bang, and we haven't stopped yet. So it's been 5 years.
Leah, what's the most popular item you make? What's the one that's always in demand every day?
Chocolate chip cookies, our jumbo chocolate chip cookies. They're about the size of your head. And, those are so popular. And then our lemon blueberry scone. It's actually gluten-free, but even non-gluten-free people, it's their favorite item on the menu. We made about 10,000 of those just last year alone. So, we crank those out. Yeah, and they're just so good. And I have so many people who are like, oh, I hate scones. They're always dry. But then they try ours, and they're like, oh, my gosh, those are the best things I've ever had. So, our customer base is just awesome. We get really some great people coming through the door, regulars or people that say, I drove all the way from Kirkwood or I drove from Wentzville or this or that. And it's just really cool to bring people to Old Town because I think it is a hidden gem, and not a lot of people are starting a lot of businesses in North County, and I wish it was the opposite, but I feel like to be here and to represent North County is, I love it.
How often do you make new things, and what's the newest thing on the menu?
Yeah. So I'm always wanting to make new things, especially with the seasons. I'm huge on, stuff for lemon and strawberry in the summer or pumpkin spice in the fall. So we've already brought out our pumpkin spice muffins, which are actually in the book, and they're so good. They're the perfect taste of fall. We've got a new apple maple scone, which is so good with fresh apples and cinnamon glaze. And then, we're starting our pumpkin spice lattes and so I'm big on fall, and winter baking is my favorite around the holidays since that's where I fell in love with baking. So I'm big on all the Christmas cookies and the pies and things like that. So we have a lot of stuff coming out that's new. We always are rotating our menu, so I feel like in a given day you can come by and find something new.
So Larry David on a season of Curb Your Enthusiasm spent the whole year talking about trying to make the perfect scone. People talk about quiche. People talk about souffle. Every cartoon I've ever watched, if you're too loud around a souffle, it'll fall. What's the hardest thing to bake in real life?
Oh, man, that's really hard because sometimes even just a simple chocolate chip cookie can be hard depending on, people are like, how do you get it so perfect? I'm like, well, it actually takes more time than just whipping up a batch of cookies. It depends on the butter temperature and how your eggs are, like, all the ingredients at the right temperature at the right time, and not over mixing it or not under mixing it. And I have so many people tell me that they're intimidated by baking, and really it's not that it's that hard. It's just you have to, pay attention. You have to, you kind of have to learn the craft of baking, and that's like my goal in my cookbook is to try to get people to learn what it's supposed to look like when a cookie is done, or what it's supposed to look and feel like when your dough is kneaded. I feel like using your hands makes it all the difference rather than just throwing it into the mixer and walking it away. Making it step by step and by hand, it just really helps you truly learn the craft of baking. So that's why I call Made by Leah everyday craft baking, because it is by hand and made with love.
No, we're talking to Leah Holter, who is Made by Leah Craft Bakery. And I think it's so interesting that baking seems more like a science. I mean, everything does have to be so precise. What's one thing that you just try to do over and over again but fail?
Like in baking, what do I? Well, I would say I don't want to say that. It took me a long time to perfect my French macarons. Those are a really temperamental cookie, and you do have to be so precise with those. Those would probably took me about at least 5 years till I finally felt like I got it. Yeah, and so now I love our I make a perfect macaron, I have to say. But it took a long time and lots of trial and error. Lots of times I threw those things away and I just didn't have it right. But a lot of persistence and patience pays off for sure. And like you said, it does take it is supposed to be precise, but I kind of like to bake like I cook. I do add a little of this and a little of that so you can make it your own. And even if you start with like my recipe in my cookbook, if you want to add something to it to make it your own, you can do that. It's meant to be a base recipe where you can add certain flavors or zest some orange in there if you want to or things like that. So
there's a place in Tower Grove that Heidi, what is it? They do all the baking stuff and it looks like things. Chouquette.
It looks like a shoe, or it looks like And she was on a baking show too, and I'm drawing a blank right now.
And there's that show, Is It Cake? And they cut into it, and oh my gosh, it's cake.
Yeah, my kids love that show.
But you go and you get some cookies, and it's got a cool design on it. The football game is this weekend, and it's got the Mizzou Tiger and all. I feel like the better it looks, the worse it always tastes. Is there a way to make something look beautiful and taste great?
Well, that's my goal, is to make beautiful things that taste great and delicious. Now, I don't do all the decorated cookies and things like that, and I'm not making a cake that looks like a hamburger or whatever. But I do think that it is important because you eat with your eyes, and I think it's important to make things that are beautiful and aesthetically pleasing, but yet still taste good. Or like my number one compliment is someone's like, oh my gosh, that's the best chocolate chip cookie I've ever had, or that tastes just like my grandma made. If somebody says that to me, that is the best compliment ever, because that I'm a very nostalgic person, and bringing someone back to a memory of childhood is like the ultimate compliment in my book.
Well, you do that daily. Made by Leah is open Tuesday through Saturday from 7:30 to 2, and you can see and learn more about her new book, Made by Leah, Everyday Craft Baking, this Thursday night at 7 at the Clark Family Branch of the St. Louis County Library. The books will be available for purchase, and of course, Leah will be there to sign books as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm so excited.
And congratulations. I'm assuming this is going to be the first of many more cookbooks.
I sure hope so. I got to get writing, but yeah.
Best of luck, and thanks again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, take care.
Oh, she's so sweet, and everything she does is so delicious. Kind of like what they do at Union Station. LHM has been redoing lots of things when it comes to St. Louis. They're, of course, behind 360, and you've got Westport Plaza out here. But most recently, it's all about Union Station and those new attractions. I mean, there's now more family fun than ever with 3 new rides in the outdoor wheel park. There's the Flying Louie, which is kind of a pirate-themed ride that swings 42 and a half feet into the air. You've got the Locomotion, which is a train-themed roller coaster, and it kind of spins as it goes around. And then you got the Wave Swinger, a classic swing ride modeled after the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. And that is on top of the wheel. You also have all the Midway games, and there's a miniature golf course. And then don't forget about going inside to the aquarium, and you've got the ropes course, and just so much to do, so much fun to be had, so many great things to eat at Union Station now. And of course, you can plan your visit to St. Louis Union Station to enjoy the new attractions with your family. For more info and tickets, just go to stlouisunionstation.com. And one more thing to think about, the TEDx St. Louis Women's event is happening this Friday. I've told you about it before, but it's going to be at Two Hill Performing Arts Center, and it is a fantastic day that kind of highlights the bold, brilliant women who are shaping the future here in St. Louis. And you can learn more at tedxstlouis.org.
Diana from Newsteaders Fine Jewelers here to remind you, we don't just offer the best pieces, we offer one of the last master hand engravers in our country. My father can create timeless, personal, and unforgettable pieces. Come by our showroom at the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or learn more online at wowdiamonds.com.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA-certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
Congratulations to John Beal Roofing. Want to give them a shout out. They've been a sponsor of the show through thick and through thin for coming up on 20 years. And their message has remained the same all these 20 years. Make sure you call someone local. With all the storms that have been in the area over the last couple of months, it's been busy, and a lot of out-of-towners are coming in. They sure are nice, but you know what? They'll take half your money, and you never see them again. Somebody from the insurance industry told me, make sure you call local. I told them I was well-schooled. John Beal Roofing will guarantee you the best price. They'll work with your insurance company and make sure you get the claim you deserve to fix it and fix it right. Roofing, siding, gutters, all storm damage, John Beal Roofing will take care of it. Keep it local and keep it John Beal. Keep it in the family for 20-plus years. John Beal Roofing, 1-800-NEW-ROOF or johnbealroofing.com.
The ultimate vacation awaits you as Brentwood Travel brings you the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th from 2 to 7 p.m. at the Lodge du Père. Take in breathtaking scenery, relax and unwind on an ultimate river cruise, whether it be domestic or abroad. Enjoy expert presentations from cruise line representatives from AMA Waterways, Talk, Avalon Waterways, Uniworld Boutique River Cruises, and Viking, with one-on-one consultations, exclusive deals and prizes for attendees, flexible schedule so you attend only presentations that interest you, and complimentary refreshments. Discover your perfect river cruise adventure with Brentwood Travel and the River Cruise Show, Monday, September 8th at the Lodge du Père, 1050 du Père Road. For presentation schedule to RSVP and more information, call 314-439-5700. That's 314-439-5700, or log on to brentwoodtravel.com. The ultimate vacation awaits you. RSVP today.
A legendary weekend is coming to the Lou. Don't miss the Stiefel Charity Classic presented by Compliance Solutions, September 4th through 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Watch PGA Tour champions compete and enjoy a live performance by music sensation OAR at Friday's community concert presented by CarShield. Tickets start at just $20. Kids, military, veterans, and first responders get in free. Get your tickets today at StiefelCharityClassic.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Truck drivers and owner-operators, there's never been a better time to team up at Schneider. We have more team-friendly loads than ever, including express delivery parcel freight that offers great miles with no delays to keep the wheels turning. Plus, for a limited time, company team drivers may be eligible for a sign-on bonus of up to $16,000. Owner-operator teams may qualify for a $10,000 incentive. Explore team driver positions at SchneiderJobs.com and search team contracting jobs at SchneiderOwnerOperators.com.
This is Mariah, 3rd generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It is 5:30 on this Tuesday afternoon. Captain Paul, how's traffic moving along?
I just had a fantasy football draft last night. I'm in 3 different leagues.
3.
You're a madman.
And then this other league where you pay $250 up front. There's like 30 guys in it.
Oh, wow.
Here's what I was thinking.
Okay.
You be the person that collects the money, right?
Okay.
And hang on to it. And then turn around and say, Jeff, I'm in this league with 30 other people. I got $7,000.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to pay anybody until,
The end.
January.
Right.
What should I do with this money? And he would say, Josh, please just put it in a lockbox. Don't touch it. But he'll say,
But you're not going to listen to him, are you?
Probably not. But what he'll also say is, but turn around and take a look at your finances. How much are you setting aside for your retirement? How much do you have to pay with bills? How much goes for Finn's tuition? Is there anything left over? Let's look at investing that stuff. And that's why Jeff is there for us. Not only does he do our taxes, but he also says, you got any money left over after your paycheck or at the end of the month or at the end of the year? Let's invest it. It's not going to make any money sitting in that lockbox, Bob. That's why I think I'm going to collect the money next year for
I don't think
football.
so. I'm going to alert your league.
I think somebody should alert them.
And tell them to call Jeff right away.
I'm going to take it to a casino with Darren. But Jeff would say, no, casinos are not a good place for your extra money. He'll tell you where a good place to put it is. Is it CDs? Is it the stock market? Is it investments? Is it real estate? Talk to Jeff about it. 636-394-5524, Capital Advisory Group, capitaladvisorygrp.com. I know a lot of people don't have extra income just lying around, but if you do, don't stuff it under your mattress or just leave it in your checking account. Find out if your money can start working for you, and that's by calling Jeff Zufall. capitaladvisorygrp.com, 636-394-5524.
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We've got a warm day Wednesday before a needed chance for some rain and then a cool down by Thursday. So Wednesday will start off at 63 in the morning, 85 in the afternoon, mostly sunny to start, partly cloudy in the afternoon, and by the early evening and through the evening, showers and a few thunderstorms are possible, so a chance of rain for your Wednesday evening plans. Even a few showers linger a little past midnight, but dry by Thursday morning. Thursday's cooler, mostly sunny, a low 58 and a high of 75. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Today is apparently Telephone Tuesday. Have you guys ever heard of this? I hadn't.
Never heard of it.
Apparently, everyone's back from a long weekend. Kids are kind of in school again. Adults are finally free to tackle that to-do list. And so the world kind of wakes up and you start to make more phone calls on this day than any other day of the year because things are open once again. And apparently, for the third time, I'll say that because all this is crazy to me, a lot of people start planning for the holidays today. Seems a little early.
Oh, no.
But there you go.
Does anybody in this room do that?
No.
No.
But I will say this. I made several phone calls today.
I did too.
So maybe there is something to it.
That's what I was going to say. I called a couple of license off. I got to get my license plates renewed. And I have no idea what paperwork I need.
Insurance card.
Insurance card. I've got my, I don't have personal property
tax
because I didn't pay it because I bought it last year or the year before that. So
you can easily go on to the website and it'll tell you what to bring.
I need property tax exemption forms. Ugh.
No, I don't think you need exemption forms since it's.
I got a little card, postcard.
Yeah.
And I go online and everything's good. And then I get to a point where they want my personal property ID number. I don't have that.
I don't even know what that is.
Exactly. I'm going to bring the card in tomorrow and just go into the office.
And you're going to wait in line to then ask them what you need when you can easily go online and find it.
Yes.
That is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard.
Because then I'm going to go back anyway, and I'm going to bring the stuff that they tell me online, and they're going to tell me, well, this doesn't count.
Why not try it?
All right.
That's what I think. Here's some things to look forward to as we enter a new month. Of course, NFL season kicks off this Thursday. Eagles host the Cowboys, then the Chiefs and Chargers on Friday. I mean,
in Brazil,
football is kicking off early. Also, all the college football this month. The U.S. Open, which we mentioned, and you've got the Ryder Cup starting later this month. And then in theaters, I know you guys are a little interested in Spinal Tap 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's September 12th. You've got a big, bold, beautiful journey with Margot Robbie and Colin Farrell hitting later this month.
What's that about?
That's a movie title?
Uh-huh. It ought to be interesting.
Huh. I like both.
Leonardo DiCaprio is in a new movie.
He's in a Paul Thomas Anderson movie.
What else has he done? Because I don't know that name.
Boogie Nights, There Will Be Blood.
Okay, a lot of big ones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Only Murders in the Building coming back next Tuesday.
Big fan.
The VMAs, Video Music Awards, are this Sunday. The Paper, which is the Office spinoff, is
that starts?
Yeah, on Netflix Friday. Of course, Nate Bargatze hosts the Emmys on the 14th.
He'll be good.
I think so, too. Dancing with the Stars is back. The Morning Show returns. So all of you've got the Law and Orders, you got the Simpsons, all of those shows returning. Then, of course, autumn, right around the corner, Labor Day was the unofficial end. But the real first day of fall, Monday, September 22nd.
Yeah. Fall started today.
Yeah, I go with the Weatherman seasons, September, October, November.
This is Spinal Tap. If you want to watch it, I can't find it free streaming anywhere.
Really?
But
That's surprising.
You could rent it from all the rental places for $5.99.
I wonder if it would even be on Turner Classics. Probably not.
Oh.
Maybe, though.
You know
if
what?
you stream it.
You might be onto something right
That's,
there.
It's over 40 years old.
I'll check when I get home tonight. You know what movie I watched over the weekend? Charlie Wilson's War.
It's a good movie.
With Tom Hanks and Philip Seymour.
Hoffman.
Yes, Phil Hoffman.
I don't think we had anything on our TV except sports all weekend long. From WNBA to tennis to college football, it was all about sports.
And we were on the road, so we didn't watch any TV.
Yeah.
I was watching the UCLA game on the iPad while I was watching Charlie Wilson's War on the television.
Did you like the movie?
Oh, I loved it.
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah. And
Philip Seymour Hoffman's
And is that
unbelievable.
based on a true story?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
How a senator or a representative, I guess he was in the House, and the CIA crafted this plan to arm the Afghans against the Soviets. And then it goes on to say, oh, and by the way, after the war was over, we just left. We should have stayed and built schools and helped them rebuild all their stuff. And then obviously that's where the Taliban came from. And quite possibly Osama bin Laden.
When did that movie come out? What year was that?
Came out in the mid-2000s, maybe 2008.
Because I vaguely remember it, but I feel like now I need to go back and watch it.
Julia Roberts is in it as well. Okay, Yannick Sinner. I don't know tennis, right?
Yeah, he's good.
But Drake, the musician.
Yes.
The rapper.
Love the Drake.
Love the Drake. Is betting $300,000 on Yannick Sinner to
Hasn't
win
he bet
the US
on
Open.
a couple other things and then given money away?
So I don't know what he does with his winnings because he doesn't need it. And I was just thinking over the weekend if I won the Powerball.
Yeah, which no one did. Did you see that somebody got all the numbers right except one?
Oh, no.
But they only get $1 million.
I thought it was a couple million.
I think they only get $1 million.
Okay, listen to what you're saying,
That's
though.
all?
Only...
I mean, the swing is $1 billion, Bob. That's $1 billion swing right there.
I'd be okay with an
You lost.
extra million.
Here's $1 million. Oh, man, it's not even worth it.
Yeah, keep it.
But $1.3 billion, your take home is probably going to be somewhere around $400 to $500 million after taxes, guys. I don't think I'd have any joy in sports gambling anymore. Because, you know,
do you gamblers, are you deluded to think I'm going to make it big and I'm going to hit big and win and buy a mansion? And...
No, but it'd be nice that at the end of the season you say, oh, you know, I won $400 this year.
I think I think gamblers gamble. I think it's the action. I don't think it's
I do
really
too.
the money.
And I don't think it matters what the sport is. It just something to bet on and keep watching.
Guys I know, not as well as you maybe on your gambling habits, but that bet sports on a regular basis, they say it's the action, that it enhances the enjoyment of the game, where it's just the opposite. It ruins the game for me.
It makes you too
My
anxious
stomach's in
and all of
knots.
it. Kathleen Madigan has a great joke about, maybe it was even during COVID, where she found herself trying to find a cricket match in, at 4 a.m. just to bet on something.
Yeah,
and I think she nails it with that.
Scottish League basketball was still going on. The Glasgow Rocks were really throwing them up.
See?
Back then.
That's what I say.
Lost a couple $100 on that.
Darren just said, I agree. It's all about the action. It keeps you interested.
Yeah, but if I win or lose, $500, who cares?
No, but you wouldn't bet that. You'd be betting 50,000.
That's exactly.
You would be.
You would.
I'm telling you.
It's the way it works. Because that 500 wouldn't mean anything to you anymore. So it is, again, about that excitement. I'll tell you what gets me excited is when you travel and you get to see all of the different places and the colors and how people live and the food. And wherever it is you want to go and however it is you want to kind of spend your time, Altair Travel and Cruises can help. Maybe you want to go somewhere that it's all about adventure and you can ride ATVs and you can zip line and you can, go snorkeling. Altair Travel and Cruises will give you a long list of great places to do that. Maybe you want to go and kind of have a spa week where it's all about the food and you're getting massages and you're meeting for happy hour with a beautiful new drink every night. Altair Travel and Cruises can help with that. Or maybe you want to go on a beautiful Alaskan cruise or an ocean cruise, or maybe it's a river cruise. I can't say enough about those. Altair Travel and Cruises will get you there. And the only thing you really have to worry about is making those memories. They can actually even help you save money when you're planning, because you're not just piecing things together. They handle it all, from travel to the place to rest your head to the even helping you plan what you're going to do and see. AltairTravel.com, or give them a call at 314-968-9600.
Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
Yeah, they're on the med, and these medications are used, these GLP-1s, for reducing inflammation in your body. I get so many folks that are like, wow, I don't have the knee pain. I don't have the...
Because once you start losing weight, all these other things naturally happen to you in a positive way. Not just... Talk about the deals for KTRS listeners at stlmedweightloss.com.
All KTRS listeners, they get $50 to $100 off their first month. And what's beautiful about it, too, hey, I get it. The economy, what we just had, guys, things are difficult right now, but we make the plan work for you. We have financing options. We make this work for you because we realize how important it is to get down in your weight, get your confidence back, and really start feeling like the old you.
Call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
When you want to send flowers to a loved one for a birthday, anniversary, or that special occasion, call your friends at Walter Knoll Florist. Walter Knoll is family-owned and operated and offers custom designs by expert designers. A huge inventory and selection that only the largest florist can offer, with quality and care that no grocery store florist can meet. They have several locations in the St. Louis metro area to serve you. Order online today at WKF.com. That's WKF.com. Walter Knoll Florist, your personal florist since 1883.
Look at our alums, the contributions that they have made throughout industries in the St. Louis region.
Terry Freerks, a graduate of the University of Missouri, St. Louis.
UMSL is embedded in the fabric of the St. Louis community. We're hands-on, and when our students graduate, they are definitely career ready, but maybe more importantly, they're career confident.
More is what moves us. Find your more at more.umsl.edu.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
When it comes to mortgage lenders, I know you have no shortage of options. But are you working with someone local who can truly simplify the process? I'm David Goldberg with the Goldberg Group, and as a St. Louis home purchase expert, I know this market inside and out. I specialize in tough-to-complete situations for borrowers who are self-employed, looking to buy and sell at the same time, and may have been turned down somewhere else. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or seasoned homeowner, you can trust me with all of your home financing needs. Call or text me at 314-471-4030. 314-471-4030.
How would you like your vehicle serviced at your own home or office? Our new Mobile Service Plus, available exclusively from St. Paul Cadillac, can do just that. Hi, this is Joe Clemens. Simply give us a call or go to our website and get a unit dispatched right to your doorstep. This is a game changer for customer service, and we are so happy to offer it to you. Everything from oil changes, belts, new tires, tire rotation, recalls, key fobs, brake pads and rotors, EV charge, battery replacement, air conditioning service, and so much more. St. Paul's Mobile Service Plus will come to you. Call our mobile dispatch at 636-931-0055. That's 636-931-0055. Or go to our website at stpaulcadillac.com and set up an appointment. It's that simple. Get door-to-door service with St. Paul's new Mobile Service Plus. Nothing could be easier. Set up your appointment today. That's Mobile Service Plus, exclusively from St. Paul Cadillac at the Herculaneum Auto Mall exit.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Let's talk a little entertainment news. We didn't get to it Friday, but another SNL cast member bites the dust. This time it's Heidi Gardner. She was on the show for 8 seasons, the longest tenure female member of the cast. They added 4 new featured players and promoted a semi-familiar face in Ben Marshall. He's a member of the comedy trio Please Don't Destroy, where they do all those videos. He's got the red hair. So he's been elevated to the cast. We'll see what happens next.
I'll miss Heidi. I think she's spectacular.
Great.
I'm anxious to see if that was on her own accord or if she was cut from the cast, especially after 8 years.
She was making a lot of money in commercials, and who knows if she's getting movie or other TV deals, but she's really,
and
really good.
8 years is a long time to do
such a grind.
That gig. Before all the fame, many rock stars had to work odd jobs to make ends meet. Here's a couple that might surprise you. Ozzy Osbourne had a brief stint at a slaughterhouse. Kurt Cobain.
That could affect your attitude.
Yeah, I think so too. Kurt Cobain was a janitor. Axl Rose, manager at Tower Records. And this one, seems fitting, but I had no idea. Debbie Harry, a bunny at the New York City Playboy Club.
Oh, I did know that.
You did?
Yeah,
it's pretty good. In case you were wondering, the Backstreet Boys were apparently making $4 million per night with their Las Vegas residency.
Oh, my.
For crying out loud. How many nights have they done?
Well, they're done now, but because Wizard of Oz has moved in, but they were there when you were there in Vegas. They were there when so at least a couple of weeks. And I thought this was interesting. Travis Kelce's jersey sales jumped 200% after the engagement announcement.
How many of those new jersey sales were purchased by women?
I'm going to say all of them.
Did they buy the female jersey? You know, because the female jersey has a different cut to it.
Yeah, it doesn't get into the specifics. All they're talking about is money. Yeah. We've got time for like 3 birthdays.
All right, we can begin and end on this one.
Okay.
All-timer. Top 2 or 3 all-time.
Okay.
Salma Hayek.
Oh, my goodness. I bet she is 56?
58.
59. Heidi gets that one. So I got I'll give you 2 more. 2 more sports ones.
Okay.
Collinsville, Illinois, the great Jimmy Connors.
Oh, yeah.
I'm 68.
71.
73. And finally, from Shreveport, Louisiana, He became Louisiana Tech quarterback after a guy decided to go hunting.
Terry Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw,
And it was
Football Hall of Famer.
The
Duck Dynasty.
Yeah.
Phil, right?
Phil Robertson.
And he's recently passed.
Yeah.
So Terry Bradshaw's how old?
I'm sticking with my 8, 78.
I wanted 70,
didn't get it.
79.
Oh, you should have gone the
77.
other way. 77. Heidi wins again.
Yeah, that is your evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS. 9 minutes before 6 o'clock, let's get one final check of traffic with Captain Paul.
Everybody loves good barbecue, and everybody wants to know where the next great barbecue place is. And if you're looking for an overnight sensation, it's only taken them 10 years. Three Bay Barbecue and Bakery, Woods Mill and Clayton Road. There is a gas station, West County Phillips 66 gas station. In that gas station, in the back, for 10 years, some of the best barbecue in town. Bring a friend and spread the word. Three Bay Barbecue and Bakery. Don't forget about the bakery. 3baybarbecueandbakery.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
A big KTRS shout out to Lacey Lumber, family owned and family operated since 1872. Lacey Lumber has built the St. Louis metropolitan area. They've worked with builders and contractors and homeowners. They provide building materials from soup to nuts. 2 hardware stores in Belleville ready to serve you. Millwork, insulating material, wallboard, roofing materials, you name it, Lacey Lumber can help, because Lacey Lumber is just that much better. LaceyLumber.com.
Hi, it's Jill Farmer, and I'm here with Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group and author of the #1 best-selling book on new tax law, Keep What's Yours. September means the end of summer. Kids are back in school. Businesses are gearing up for the holiday season ahead. But Jeff, isn't September a good time to celebrate the contributions of our employees to the success of our businesses?
That's right. Since 1976, thousands of businesses have relied upon the tax strategies provided by Capital Advisory Group to help them create benefits that attract great employees, reduce their future tax liability, and end overpaying their federal and state income taxes. If you are thinking about selling your business or perhaps planning retirement, then let us help you implement tax strategies that could reduce taxes on your savings and maximize your Social Security benefits.
Give Capital Advisory Group a call, 636-394-5524. Online at capitaladvisorygrp.com.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proud to sponsor the return of the border war between Mizzou and KU this Saturday.
To the house in Missouri.
The rivalry returns after 19 years. Don't miss all the action live here on the Big 550.
Pre-game at 12:30, kickoff at 2:30.
And KTRS has full coverage all week on the Big Sports Show with KTRS Sports Director Brendan Lisi and the Press Box with Frank Cusimano.
Missouri delivers a counterpunch on the fake punch.
This is why the Big 550 is live, local, and the home for everything Mizzou. Proudly powered by Royal Banks of Missouri. Let's go, Mizzou. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, it's time to wrap this show up with a couple randoms.
Canada, California, and Tokyo all have very similar populations. Canada's current population is 41.5 million. Tokyo's metro area has 41 million people. Imagine that. And California, the state, has 39.4 million. So they're all right around the same populations. And Tokyo is a fraction of the size of California, which is a fraction of the size of Canada.
Yeah. When you put that all into perspective, it's kind of mind-blowing.
And since the start of the NFL is on Thursday, the GOAT, the greatest that ever did it, Tom Brady. Anyone dispute that? Tom Brady was drafted by the Montreal Expos in the 18th round of the MLB draft in 1995, but he decided to stick with his plan to go to the University of Michigan and play football.
John Elway was drafted, too.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Well, I think
the Yankees, right?
Yep,
worked out okay for both of those guys.
I think they made the right call.
I think so, too. You guys, thanks for hanging out with us on this Tuesday afternoon. I hope you'll meet us right back here starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow. And until then, see if you can put a smile on somebody's face.
Hi, it's Jill Farmer. This note came in on our text line recently on the Frank and Jill show. You need to know that Ryan Raphael helped me with my senior insurance plan. He was such a gentleman, so helpful, knowledgeable, and kind. I can't thank him enough, and I heard about him on KTRS. I love that text because Ryan Raphael is the Medicare man. He's absolutely the best person to call to help you through the often confusing process of finding the right Medicare plan for you. He loves helping people, walking them through the overwhelm of, I don't know how to choose the best plan for me, or I did choose a plan based on the recommendation of a well-meaning friend or family member, and now I don't think it's actually the right one for me. Ryan Raphael is the best at matching you with a plan that lets you keep your own physicians and keep your prescriptions. It's like having the highest quality consultant on your team. The best news, it's free to you. Under the law, his fees are paid by the insurance companies. Go to MedicareManSTL.com or call 314-368-6808. That's Ryan Raphael's cell phone number just for you.
Are you tired of looking at those old, worn-out floors? Have you been dreaming of new hardwood floors? Well, then you should start dreaming about Boardwalk Hardwood. It's their annual warehouse sale going on right now through the end of September at all 4 locations. At Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, half off new floors. You can get half off inventory and factory specials and up to 25% off special order items. Their showrooms, 4 of them at Boardwalk Hardwood Floors, are filled with beautiful styles, great budgets, from timeless classics to modern designs and everything in between. Your home will look beautiful with gorgeous hardwood floors. Rich, stunning hardwood floors, courtesy of BoardwalkHardwood.com. For 25 years, Boardwalk has been your trusted, local, family-owned, quality flooring provider. And if you need hardwood floors, it's their annual warehouse sale now through the end of September at all 4 locations. Boardwalk Hardwood or BoardwalkHardwood.com.
Don't get lulled into believing the IRS is getting soft. It's just the opposite. Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. We are being told by IRS collection officers that their higher-ups are demanding that they get more aggressive than ever. So don't ignore them any longer. Level up. If you have unfiled returns, unpaid taxes, levies, or liens, call the Lance Story Law Firm today and let us get between you and the IRS. We'll protect your rights, including your right to appeal or even your right to take the IRS to tax court. Remember, IRS problems are legal problems, and they need to be handled by an expert attorney team who's done it for decades. So call the Lance Story Law Firm today. We're local. Our office is right here in St. Louis, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm, the Lance Story Law Firm, 314-260-6120.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
The Big 550.
KTRS, St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. President Trump on social media revealing the U.S. launched a deadly military strike in the Southern Caribbean. The U.S. targeting a Venezuelan boat. The president says the vessel was carrying illegal drugs. ABC's Pierre Thomas.
According to President Trump, 11 people on board were killed, all alleged members of Venezuela's Tren de Aragua gang, which the president claims operates under the control and approval of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro.
Congress got back to work today after their recess and back to the Epstein files. Members on the Oversight Committee meeting with several women who described being abused by Jeffrey Epstein. House Speaker Mike Johnson emerged, insisting President Trump was in support of this House-led investigation.
This is full participation of the administration and the White House. The president has the same desire, so long as we're protecting the innocent victim.
Kentucky Republican Congressman Thomas Massie moving on the floor to force a vote to compel the DOJ to publicly release the Epstein files. Chicago is next. That from President Trump threatening to send National Guard troops to quell crime.
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says he only learned about the deployment of ICE agents in the city this weekend. Meanwhile, those troops that Trump sent to Los Angeles, illegal, says a federal judge.
Passed in the aftermath of the Civil War, the Posse Comitatus Act prohibits federal troops from participating in civilian law enforcement. A federal judge in California on Tuesday said the Trump administration violated that very law when it sent Marines and National Guard troops to Los Angeles after immigration protests. Warning that the troops risk creating a national police force with the president as its chief, U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer ordered the military to cease law enforcement activities by next Friday. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
And a verdict reached in the Cardi B civil trial brought by a security guard who says she was assaulted. The jury finding there was no assault and awarding no damages. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
May be winding down, but first responders are still getting emergency calls from the water. The latest in Key Largo, Florida.
I'm seeing a significant amount